Tonight, a historic winter invasion underway as two coast-to-coast storms batter the nation. It's bringing ice, snow, life-threatening wind chills from Washington state to Washington, D.C. and everywhere in between. We're here with you through the night to cover each and every angle. We start our live team coverage with Jim Cantore in Dallas, Texas. Jim.
Hard to believe I'm in a city, Mike Bettis, that averages 2 inches of snow per year. We've gotten about a half inch of sleet, freezing rain, and light fluff all day today. But the real meat of this storm, the main event, is knocking on the doorstep of the Metroplex. Some of the snowfall rates to our west right now toward Weatherford, about 1 to 2 inches an hour. That is all coming this way. You can see traffic on 366 behind me is moving okay. But, you know, they've been out here. They've treated a lot of these roads. That is not going to be the case when we start getting in here at 1 to 2 inches an hour. You've got about 30 pieces of equipment in and around the Metroplex to deal with all this. They've salted some of the roads. They've scraped a couple as well. But when you start snowing at 1 to 2 inches an hour, I don't care if you're in Boston with 300 pieces in the city, you're not going to be able to keep up with that. So that is very, very important. Folks need to be heeding that. Stay off the roads here probably as we go through the next 3 hours or so when the meat of this thing comes in. All right, the problems have already been with us, as you know. Dallas making national news on Thursday with that huge pileup. 6 casualties there. So many injuries as well with that. They are still reeling from all of that. And we have been below freezing for all but 3 hours since Tuesday. And we're going to go below freezing again until Friday. So incredible length of cold here. Some of this could be close to all-time record setting. Will this be the fourth morning, Tuesday, I'm saying, coming up, that we get a below zero reading? It's only happened 3 other times in records. Airports have been a mess as well. We have had delays, especially at Dallas Love Field and Dallas-Fort Worth. 50 to 60% of the fleet, both incoming and outgoing planes, canceled today. And, of course, many more delays as a result of the weather moving in. I was talking to some of the pilots earlier, and they were saying, hey, you know what? It's not so bad when it's snowing, but it's that freezing rain, it's that sleet that is such a problem in through here. And it was really interesting. One of the first things that I remember coming in to Dallas last night, and this is something I always do when I go look for snow coverage, is look in the vehicle that we're renting for a snow brush. And here in Dallas, there are none. So if you park outside, you're going to have to clear whatever comes out of the sky. And in this case, over the next few hours, it is going to be very, very heavy snow. Some dangerous conditions will be developing in here, not to mention we are below zero in the wind chills. Speaking of snow, speaking of cold, dangerously cold wind chills, Reynolds Wolf up in Oklahoma City dealing with all that. Reynolds, you've been dealing with some pretty heavy snow as well, buddy.
Oh, absolutely. I'll tell you, the snow right now, we do expect it to come to a screeching halt as we get into the evening hours later on in the evening. But the cold air, that's going to be set up for quite a bit. We are at the intersection right now of Park. And let me see, this is Broadway. But as you know, in the Central Plains, Oklahoma City is right at the intersection of I-40 and I-35. And it is a place where the heavy traffic that's coming in is not just the precipitation, but that cold air that is coming in like a sledgehammer. Traffic has been a difficult time for cars and trucks to get around. We got one fellow who's going to make its way on through right now, do a little bit of double duty, not only doing your weather, but also doing your traffic. Yes, sir. Be careful. There you go. And that's how it's been. People are asked to please avoid traveling on the roads if at all possible. We know that there are some folks, it's not part of a choice, it's part of your job. You've got to get out there and about. But I can tell you, you'd only have just this team of plows and all kinds of assault trucks that are out on the roadways, but they're also the National Guard that has been chipping in. And they have had teams up and down much of the freeway and Humvees out there to lend a hand if needed. And I fear that is something that they will need. Forecast itself, though, again, you see the radar and it is awfully busy. You see the colors. Those colors mean things. Light to moderate snow showers that can be expected. However, as we get into the evening hours, drier air is going to come on through. That's the good news. The bad news, though, is it remains awfully cold, and it's going to set up camp for a bit. If you look at the extended forecast, there is some hope. There is some light at the end of the tunnel. But remember, we've got more snow possible as we get into late Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then by the weekend, balmy, all things considered. Think about this going up into the 40s. The 40s, which seems like Bermuda shorts weather. But I'll tell you, this is certainly just the deep freeze that we're in. A lot of people here in Oklahoma have been dealing with all kinds of rough weather over the years, and a lot of folks have been thinking to themselves, folks we've spoken to at the hotel, how does this compare with storms in the past? And I got to tell you, Mike, you think back to the blizzard of 2011, that was certainly a big snowmaker, but you didn't have the component of the cold air. But you had about a foot of snowfall here, about 19 inches of snow up in Tulsa. Now, in Oklahoma City in 2009, the Christmas Eve storm, you had about a foot of snow, but again, you're lacking really that blast of colder air. But that is certainly the big thing we're dealing with. And I'll tell you, Mike, when I finish this report, going back inside in the warmth, and the rest of the crew is too, I hope everyone else heeds the same advice. Let's send it back to you in the studio, Mike.
Hey, Reynolds, I want to ask you about something we're just getting information on now out of Oklahoma City on I-44 northeast of town. Major pile up there, tractor trailers that are involved, fully engulfed in flames there. I want to ask you, for people that may be stuck now in that backup, how tough are the conditions going to be for them tonight if they're stuck in their vehicle for hours in what, single-digit temperatures tonight?
Single-digit temperatures. Let me give the good news and the bad news. Good news, precip is going to come to an end. Bad news, it is going to stay frigid. It's going to stay absolutely deep freeze. Single-digit temperatures and wind chill, sub-zero, Mike. Let's get back to you.
All right, Reynolds, thank you so much. Tough conditions there for sure. And we would urge you at this point to avoid I-44, folks. East or west, northeast of the city, okay, around Hiawassee Road, all right? That's the area where we've got a major backup right now, and east and westbound lanes are closed. The accident actually happened on the westbound lanes, but the eastbound lanes closed for emergency vehicles at this point. Let's show you Galveston. Not often we talk about icy roads all the way down to the coast of Texas, but we're getting reports of icy roads in Houston. Temperature right now in Galveston sits in the 30s. We're going to get down below freezing tonight, likely, and so want you to be really, really careful of freezing drizzle that could happen for us, a little bit of freezing rain that rolls in, and before you know it, and I know we're not used to it. We're used to when the roads are wet, they're wet. They're not icy, right? Think about that tonight. And inside, probably just a great place for you to be. Get everything done now and be home before this, ice is over. So across the southern plains here with Winter Storm Uri here. Significant winter storm. Plowable snow expected for much of the southern plains. Sleet and freezing rain will extend from the Gulf Coast through the Ohio Valley. And historic and prolonged cold. And that really might be the thing here because power outages could be plentiful. And with that, maybe you may lose heat as a result. And so now you're thinking about, okay, if temperatures are in the single digits or teens, how am I going to stay warm? This is really, really important for you to think about. We've got winter storm warnings for the entire state of Texas, the entire state of Oklahoma. We're checking to see if it's ever happened before. And as best we can tell, it's never happened before that the entire state of Texas is under a winter storm warning. The entire state of Arkansas, the entire state of Ohio, almost the entire states of Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana. This is a wide-reaching winter storm with multiple prongs to it, including snow, including ice, including cold. There's a look at the swath of snow, including the hill country of Texas, all the way up through the Ohio Valley, where a large area will see 5 to 8 inches, pockets where you'll see a foot or more. There's a look at it just now forming, the moisture coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, the cold air diving southbound. Look at the snow really developing now around San Angelo and Dallas. The really heavy stuff comes in later tonight. The icy weather's already happening for us. Houston toward Alexandria here. Those temperatures only get colder all the way out to the coast here, folks. And around Baton Rouge, I'd be very concerned about icing as far south as Baton Rouge as well. All right, Dr. Knabb with us here tonight as well. Dr. Knabb, looking at all this, boy, this spells trouble every way you look at it.
And it is in the process of getting a lot worse in the metropolitan Houston area, especially the northwest half of town, starting to get ice accumulation. Our Felicia Combs is live for us in Houston, Texas. Felicia, what are you hearing from the folks in that area about how bad the roads are getting, especially on the northwest side of town?
I've heard people saying that this is like nothing they've ever dealt with before. They've dealt with a little bit of snow, which of course is slick, but when you're talking about ice, you're sliding even as your car is just completely stopped. So it's a situation that we're certainly not used to here in the Houston metro area, outside of Houston. And as we've said, it's just going to continue to get worse. Now, we're in downtown Houston right now, and we're still sitting just above the freezing mark. We're at about 32. So we're still getting rain where we are. But if you know anything about Houston, it's kind of set up as loops of highways kind of dividing the city as you go outward. And we've already seen sleet and wintry mix and icy conditions within that inner loop. Jersey Village just absolutely has been stuck in that wintry mix for quite some time at this point. And this temperature is expected to drop within the next several hours here right around the Houston metro area. And then those cold temperatures, well, they're going to continue to progress southeastward. So places that are, safe right now from the wintry mix or the freezing rain, you're going to get into that overnight. In fact, as we look to really the north and east of the main center of Houston and go out just a little bit. That's where we're seeing the highest probability of the most ice, because while you're getting saved from the wintry precipitation for the longest amount of time, the longer you hovered right around that freezing mark and you don't get that atmospheric column completely to be below freezing, then you're getting more and more ice accretion. And that becomes a problem in terms of the roadways. That becomes a problem in terms of the possibility for power outages, because of course the more ice you have accreting, the heavier the tree branches get, and it creates a multitude of problems. Now, in the general Houston area, the highest snowfall total should be north of I-10. But regardless, Dr. Knabb, this is not an area that's prepared for winter weather like this, or that knows it very well. And it's not something that you shame Houston for, because this is not typical weather that they see by any means. The best bet is to just stay home and stay safe.
Yeah, much of the southern half of Texas in that same kind of boat. Just don't get it very, very often. Now, if you have any doubt just how treacherous ice on the roads can be, just watch what this poor man went through when he's trying to clear his driveway. Never mind the roads around his home. The ice, literally impossible to walk on. Can't walk on it. Can't even get back up very easily. So dangerous. Injuries. Look, I hurt myself slipping on ice back in Indiana when I was going to college at Purdue. I mean, it is dangerous. And the roads, obviously very, very slippery. So the best advice in this entire area that you see on the screen here is to stay off the roads, because it doesn't take much ice at all. Look at that huge area that has at least a chance of getting 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation on the roads. And a lot of this is before or without snow. So you don't have to get the snow to have some very dangerous conditions. Now, let's go into the southeast Texas area. I want to show you what's going on in the area where our Felicia Combs was in Houston. Again, here's downtown Houston, and north of town, Intercontinental is just above freezing, and we're getting reports of ice in some of the observations just northwest of there. And you go west on I-10, it gets colder and icier. So it's only going to get worse. In Waller, northwest of Houston, ice accumulation just barely starting to show up. But they have actually had to close US 290 at James Muse Parkway because cars are sliding around up there. So that's just a taste of what's to come in the rest of the Houston area. Look how far south the freezing temperatures are, all the way down to Corpus Christi, and in Poth, southeast of San Antonio. Got some ice on the roads as well. But another place that's starting to get really, really treacherous is up in Jackson, Mississippi to Natchez, and then along I-49 through Alexandria. Look at all these reports of ice and sleet in the Natchez area. Sleet itself can cause ice accumulation, but metropolitan Jackson, oh my goodness, a mix going on for many, many hours. Look at all of these roads with ice accumulation on them. Mike, this is just a taste of what's to come, starting so far south, but it's going to go pretty far north and east.
And it only gets worse. Like you said, it's just a taste. Here we go. We're going to get into the teeth of it overnight tonight and tomorrow. Let's get you folks back to where we're really concerned about some nasty weather. It's going to be across the Ohio Valley. Look at what's going on here. Look at all these locations where we still have winter storm warnings, and the weather hasn't really even gotten there yet, but they extend all the way up into Vermont. Ice storm going to hit us here again in a place like Hazard, Kentucky, in through the mountains of West Virginia, then a pocket here in eastern PA over into northern New Jersey and around the New York metro area. So I think Newark and maybe like in Altoona or Scranton, we're going to be in trouble for some ice and ice-snow mix here. So there's a look at the snowfall footprint that's to come. Really concerned about Louisville, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, up I-75 into Cleveland, then Pittsburgh, Buffalo. Look at the heavy snow that's going to nail us here in the Catskills, 1 foot to 1.5 feet. And then right on the edge here, where you're going to get 3 to 5, that'll mix in with some ice. And you might get the ice first with the snow on top, which means you get an icy layer underneath snow, which can be very, very deceiving because, okay, you think, I've got my four-wheel drive engaged, I can get some traction in snow. Next thing you know, your rubber's in contact with that ice and you're just spinning your wheels and you're out of control. High opportunities for 1/10 of an inch or more of ice in the dark purple areas there. That will include Charleston, West Virginia, up through maybe a Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in through New York toward Hartford. So I-95, or at least portions of I-95, could be affected here with a glaze of ice. It's going to make travel next to impossible. 1/4 inch or more is going to be likely here, say around Scranton over toward New York here, maybe just outside of New New York. You can see on the radar, there's not much happening right now. All this is in anticipation, and where you might see little blips on the radar, very, very innocuous stuff. You might have freezing drizzle, which in and of itself can be very deceptive as well, because, okay, you see it outside, it's drizzle, it doesn't look like that big a deal, and the next thing you know, over the course of hours, it accumulates on everything, railings, sidewalks, roadways, and it gets very, very difficult to walk or to drive. All right, let's get back to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Jim Cantore is there. Jim, it's been a very rough week for us across the Metroplex. We know what happened earlier in the week in Fort Worth. We do not want to see a repeat of that, and this round looks even worse.
Yeah, Mike, we haven't gotten into the meat of the storm yet, okay, at least here where I am. I'm just north of the downtown area here. You can see 366 behind me here. It's moving along pretty good, but you know what? The snow rates are going to increase rapidly, all right? We had tons of 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates just off to our west. That's going to move through Fort Worth. That's going to move through Dallas as well as we go through the next couple of hours or so. So the sun's going down. Unfortunately, the snow rates are going to increase, and the temperatures are going down as well, and that does not help the road conditions at all. By time all is said and done, could this be a top 5 snow event in Dallas's history? Yes. By the time we get by Tuesday morning, could it be a top 5 record low event in Dallas's history? The answer to that, yes, as well. And then we deal with Wednesday's event, which could be ice and snow. Holy smoke, what a week.
We made USAA insurance for members like Martin, an Air Force veteran made of doing what's right, not what's easy. So when a hailstorm hit, USAA reached out before he could even inspect the damage.
That's how you do it right.
USAA insurance is made just the way Martin's family needs it. With hassle-free claims, he got paid before his neighbor even got started. Because doing right by our members, that's what's right. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
USAA. We believe in the power of helping hands. Teamwork that works. So you can find ways to stay close.
Dinner with the Drakes tonight? Alexa, ask Buick to start my Encore GX. Four fillets.
You know this dinner's for their
kids. Thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
The Buick Encore GX. Current eligible non-GM owners get nearly $4,300 purchase allowance on 2020 Buick Encore GX models.
What's my safe light story? My truck is my livelihood. So when my windshield cracked, the experts at Safe Light Auto Glass came right to me with service I could trust. Right, girl?
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
I saw them out of the corner of my eye. Just a blur when they jumped the median. There was nothing I could do.
Daddy!
She's safe because of our first Outback. And our new one's even safer.
Welcome to the 2020 Subaru Outback, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus. The highest level of safety you can earn.
Get 0% for 63 months on select new 2021 models, now through March 1st.
Don't you tell me that I'm crazy. Don't you say that I'm losing my mind. I'm in love.
Celebrate your love with a gift from Pandora Jewelry and discover all the ways to shop.
With the Dish Anywhere app, you can watch what you want, where you want, at no extra charge.
Kids, bedtime.
Which is a good thing, because life is full of little surprises.
Ready to watch?
Even when there's an unexpected change in venue. Watch what you want, where you want, on up to 5 devices, at no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
Welcome to King's Pharmacy, New York's leading fertility pharmacy.
also specializing in specialty medications, transplant, Hep C, and more. With 70 years of experience, we also offer the lowest prices and free delivery. We're proud of our strong commitment of care and dedication to you and the community. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Call, click, or stop by to find out about COVID testing at the Park Slope and Manhattan locations only. King's Pharmacy, New York's leading fertility pharmacy.
I've pricked my finger 3,000 times.
My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number.
Yes. I feel like I'm calling the shots, not my diabetes.
Constipation can happen all around us. You just need to know where to look. Luckily, there's Colace. It's the #1 doctor-recommended stool softener brand for occasional constipation.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 38 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late, low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, showers, areas of freezing rain possible, high 36. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
We're going back to Mars, and there's so much to explore.
Our understanding of the red planet is about to take its next giant step forward.
NASA's newest rover, Perseverance, is scheduled to land on our neighboring planet.
And we're covering it live here on the Weather Channel.
There are some impressive new bells and whistles on this guy.
Join us Thursday as we follow the descent onto the Martian surface.
This is a new era for NASA and Mars exploration.
You won't want to miss the next phase of America's mission to Mars. Thursday on the Weather Channel.
Breaking now at the Weather Channel, I-44 in Oklahoma City, traffic going nowhere. You've got roads blocked on both ways from an accident involving a semi-truck. There was some fire. People right now at a standstill. But unfortunately, the cold air and the cold weather, the rough conditions, that's still moving. And people are basically locked in place for quite a bit. We do expect that the conditions are going to improve, at least in terms of the precipitation. But that wind and that cold air is going to stay locked in place. These folks that are out here in their cars, hopefully they've got a way to stay warm because it is going to be a very difficult endeavor. Quite the obstacle just to stay warm. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching continued coverage on this winter onslaught. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, coming from Oklahoma City, home to some 600,000 people in the city itself. But you go in the metro area, home to about 1.6 million people. But in Oklahoma, all 77 counties across this fine state dealing with this very rude weather. Now, precipitation, well, you do get your share of snowfall in Oklahoma. You really do. But I'll tell you, when the skies open up and you have the snow that comes down, it seems as though it's never going to end. And that's coupled with these frigid conditions. It makes things go from bitter to just plain old awful. And Mike, we can expect this to continue, at least the precipitation over the next several hours. But that cold air, it is going to drop anchor and set up camp and stay here for more than a minute. Folks, I got to tell you, again, the scene that we've seen play out on parts of 44, please do not put yourself in danger. Get out on those roadways. Stay at home. This is certainly the time to do that with your families. Take it easy. Kick your feet up. Watch the Weather Channel. We'll get you up to speed. We're all in this together. But the last thing you want to do, Mike, obviously, is get out on the road and put yourself in harm's way, which is certainly a situation that we've seen play out in parts of Texas, now in Oklahoma. Goodness, and we still have a ways to go with more treacherous possibilities for people on the roads.
I got to tell you, Reynolds, just looking at your pictures, someone had to guess where you were. I truly would say like the Dakotas or someplace like that. That's what it looks like, watching you there. And I would say this, we've gotten so used to people wearing masks, for the pandemic. You're wearing yours for winter protection tonight.
Absolutely. A little bit of both. This is one of those things that in broadcasting years ago, you would never broadcast with something covering your face. In this situation, it's not an idea, it's a requirement. It truly is on a day like today, Mike.
It's awful. 5 degrees, feels like 16 below. Reynolds, thanks so much for roughing it out there. Appreciate the reports this evening. More from Reynolds. He's prepared for the conditions, though. And then we take you to the Pacific Northwest. How about Seattle? Boy, storm weary here as Uri brought more wintry weather there. Close to 9 inches of snow, making yesterday the city's 6th snowiest day in history. It was just nuts, wasn't it? I mean, so many people just jaws dropped how much snow fell in the Emerald City. We know that storm has been on the move, and it is just going to absolutely hammer us in the middle of the country. How about this? This in Ocean Shores, Washington. Look at the icicles that happen here. There's so much cold air in place. When you got to get those icicles off, they can be dangerous too. So much cold air in place. Everything is frozen at this point. And how about the trees damaged by some of the ice accretion here? Multiple rounds of freezing rain and ice. This in Jennings, Oregon here, not that far from Portland. Record snowfall, ice, power outages, lots of tree damage, unfortunately. And we know that the tree crews will be out there probably doing a lot of sawing, unfortunately. Dr. Nab, we've got Winter Storm Uri out there, and that was it. But now we've got to turn our attention to Viola, which comes in the west and marches almost the same path as Uri.
Yeah, so in some ways, Mike, we're in between storms, but the in-between really doesn't have a break. That's why there's an ice storm warning in metropolitan Portland right now. That goes till 6 a.m. local time Monday. We got winter storm warnings and advisories that go all the way through Tuesday morning. So really not catching much of a break. You see the pink on the map there with the freezing rain, ice accumulation occurring, but that is on the tail end of what is the snow associated with Uri. But look at this beast coming in. That is our next winter storm, and that energy is going to dive south, and the pattern isn't going to change a whole lot. Look at our trough here over the southern plains, and look at this system. Watch what it does over the next 3 days. Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday, it dives into the southern plains, and here we go again in places like Texas. But look at all the snow we're going to get over the western part of the U.S. Through Tuesday, and then when that system gets into the southern plains, it's going to take a similar path into the latter part of the week. So the snowfall footprint for the country from Tuesday through Friday, many of the same places that are getting snow right now. So it's going to be a busy, busy week. We're going back to Jim Cantori in Dallas, Texas. Stay with us.
Free Coffee Mondays for members only. Try the smoky dark berry notes of new Explorer Batch or the rich bold taste of new Dunkin' Midnight. Let's get it done with a free medium hot coffee on Mondays for members only. Join on the app today. America runs on Dunkin'.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where you listen, laugh, and dig in. Where new normals are created, where spontaneity leads to new traditions, and where you watch them grow up. Here, there's a seat for everyone, and delicious whole grain goodness to enjoy, your way. So let's grab life by the spoon, cup, or bowl, and nourish it together. Quaker Oats. Good starts here.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2021 NX 300 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I often check in on my mom, but when I can't, I head to Care.com to look for senior care help.
Yes, I can drive her to the doctor.
At Care.com, you can find a trusted caregiver to help your senior right nearby. Get the senior care help you need. Care.com.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world with human care and purpose, elevating every coffee moment. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso. What else?
Trelegy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking COPD sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trelegy.
Feeling good.
No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trelegy. Ask your doctor about once-daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
What's my safe flight story? My truck is my livelihood. So when my windshield cracked, the experts at Safe Flight Auto Glass came right to me with service I could trust. Right, girl?
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Drink, play, and win big in the Powered by Protein Challenge.
A snowy night in Dallas, Texas here, and the worst is yet to come. Snowfall rates about 1 to 2 inches an hour closing in right now. Fort Worth has already gone down to 1 3/4 of a mile. This is the Woodall Rogers Freeway behind me here. There's a little bit of an incline, obviously, so we're looking north, if you will, and you can see it is relatively snow-free, all things considered, from what we've got, but that is going to change rapidly here. All right, there's a lot of traffic out on the roads. So you take a look at this exit ramp right here, and you can see how the snow is kind of stuck to the roads, but it's not slippery. It's kind of a slushy cookie dough, so it's got a little bit of attraction to it. So we're right across from the Clyde Morin Park here, and you can see it behind me here as we kind of look into Dallas a little bit more. You can see the light coating we've already got on the ground. Snow intensity's picking up just a little bit. I don't know if you're looking at the radar right now or you're kind of seeing it beside me, but you can see what's coming at us, okay? Places like Graham, Texas, and Breckenridge, Texas, 3 inches and 4.5 inches respectively there as they dealt with those 1 to 2 inch per hour rates. That is what's coming into Dallas. That's what's coming into the Metroplex as we speak. Temperatures did not get above 20 today. The forecast high was 22. We stayed in the teens today, and that is where we're going to drop from here at this point and just continue to go down, down, down. Going through Monday, we may get up above 20, and then Tuesday morning could be certainly one of the coldest mornings that we've ever seen. We've only seen 3 mornings in Dallas's history of below 0 readings. It's never been 0. All right, we've been close in a lot of occasions. So we'll see. We'll see how much snow we get and what that fresh snowpack does for radiational cooling. But huge problems, obviously, at the airport. Dallas, obviously, on top of everyone's mind after what happened on Thursday. And they've been freezing since Tuesday with all but 3 hours. Okay, so they were at 32, 33, then back down to 32 just after midnight, Mike Bettis. We've been dropping ever since then, and we're going to continue to go down into the single digits. And, of course, wind chills with winds gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour are right around 0 or just below right now. So it's absolutely brutal to be outside, and people are like, I'm ready. I'm so ready for spring. But we're going to have to deal with this cold air and another storm right through Friday.
Yeah, Jim, I want to kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together here for folks, and I think you did a really good job of laying it out there, how cold it is right now with temperatures in the teens. It's going to stay that way for days, right? The snow, let's eyeball it. It's roughly an hour or less from coming into the Metroplex, right, where the conditions are really going to go downhill. The highways are already snow-covered, right? Are getting reports. Major accidents, I-10, I-35, I-44. This is going to be disastrous if people are not off the roads here in the next hour or so in Dallas-Fort Worth.
You're absolutely right. That's not even sugarcoated. Again, Mike, this is the Woodall-Rogers Freeway. You can see behind me here. This is all northbound moving traffic. Southbound of the headlights coming at you and through here. This will be coated. This will be covered with the kind of snowfall rates that we see on radar. There's no question about it. All right. There has been some salt on some of these bridges and overpasses that I'm standing on. Some of the exit lanes have not had it either. So you've got about 30 pieces of equipment to deal with all of the Metroplex. And that includes salters, plow, and whatever else they can throw at it. I mean, because really they're throwing everything out at this. And, you kind of wonder, Mike, as we go on through tonight and tomorrow when this salt supply and this plow supply may run out, because these folks got to rest too at some point so they can get back up and get back on it. But I'm telling you, conditions are going to go downhill in a hurry here as we go through the next hour or so, right where I'm standing.
Thank you so much. And I want to take people even farther south, right? Because we get into Houston. Our Felicia Combs is there for us tonight. Felicia, icing now occurring, which for a place like Houston, where it is so incredibly infrequent, this also could be life-threatening for people that are going to be out on the roads tonight. They have to stay off the roads.
Oh, I would say 100% is going to be life-threatening if you are out and about on these roads. I've been watching the major roads around the Houston area, and I will tell you there is a huge chunk of 99 that has been solidly locked in freezing rain for an hour at this point. There is no driving on that. You're getting ice accumulation, maybe not on all of the treated spots, but we've also had just regular liquid rain, and that will tend to wash away the brine, which is going to cause some issues. So I can't stress enough, guys, stay home. And here's the other problem that's coming along with this. So here in Houston, we're still above freezing, but we are going to drop below freezing, especially once the sun goes down. And then those temperatures are going to continue to fall, and Arctic air is moving in. We are going to see some of the coldest temperatures that we've seen in decades, and that's dangerous as well. We're going to talk more about this and about Winter Storm Uri coming up after the break.
I am Robert Strickler. I've been involved in communications in the media for 45 years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world with human care and purpose, elevating every coffee moment. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso, what else?
You're strong. You power through chronic migraine. 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. So if you haven't tried Botox for your chronic migraine, check with your doctor if Botox is right for you and if samples are available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
95% of patients may pay as little as $0 for Botox, so text to see how you can save. Botox is the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So ask your doctor about Botox today.
Anything your wild child does, Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit can too. With a stretchy waistband and adaptive 360 Fit, so they can move the way they were born to. Pampers Cruisers 360 Fit.
See yourself.
Welcome back to the mirror.
And know you're not alone. Because this,
come on, Jesse, one more,
is a reflection of an unstoppable community. In the mirror.
Starbucks Creamer and non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
The world needs more love than ever.
A new goddess is here to help Cupid and make love shine even brighter. Say hello to Valentina. It's the Valentine's Day gifting event. Get 25% off everything. Zales.
Hi, I'm Jade, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the way that the Colby Jack cheese complements the spicy sandwich as it melts. It doesn't overpower the sandwich, but it just goes with the spice. I'm just like, oh.
Hey, I'm Will, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the tenderness of the chicken and the marinade it's made in it. You want to kick off your 2021 with a fresh start? This is what you gotta have right here. You've got me all excited now.
Get your coveralls on. It's just gonna get dirty around here.
Let the fun begin.
A historic weather event. That is what we're going to be dealing with Winter Storm Uri. That is what we're already dealing with freezing temperatures stretching all the way down into the southern plains, places like Houston, where I am coming to you live. Meteorologist Felicia Combs here. It is going to be experiencing temperatures that it has not seen in 30 years, more than 30 years, actually. It's been about 31 years, a little bit more, since we've been in the teens in the mornings in Houston, and that's what we're going to have by Tuesday morning. A steady deterioration of the conditions. That's what's going to continue. We're already starting to see freezing rain, slick roads, ice on roads, sleet, the wintry mix. It's all being reported already as you look north and west of the main downtown area of Houston. Katie, you have been in the freezing rain. You've been in the snow for hours at this point, just starting to get that atmospheric column completely below freezing to get the snow there. But now that we're below freezing in places like Katy and the Woodlands, you will not be back above freezing until Tuesday afternoon. So we're talking about all day Monday, all night tonight, all day Monday, and then all through Tuesday morning, we are below freezing. So anything that falls and freezes, well, it's going to stay frozen. Those roads that are slick, they're going to stay slick, especially those untreated roads. So please be careful. Do prepare for power outages and know that it's going to get cold very quickly when you're talking about this Arctic air mass. Reynolds, we're already seeing the problems on the roads there around Oklahoma City, where you are. This is a dangerous situation that people just really need to stay home. Don't be out and about. Don't risk it, because it can really turn dangerous very quickly.
You are so right about that, and people are learning that proof positive right now along parts of Interstate 44, where they had a couple of tractor trailers. There was some fire both directions on 44 in Oklahoma City at a standstill, frozen, if you will. Boy, is that appropriate this time. I'm telling you, with the freezing conditions that we're dealing with. But again, people are urged not to travel for that very reason. We still have the snow that's coming down, and in terms of the snowfall that we have right now, I believe we have some live images of I-44 that are coming up to kind of show you what's happening out there. We do have some ice, obviously, on the roadways. The wind, I'm sure, is not helping matters at all. I will tell you that the type of precipitation that's coming in, very fine, powdery, very dry snow at this point. Very different from what we had with the snowstorm that came back in 2009 and also the big blizzard we had in 2011. But roadways, again, just disastrous in many locations. Please avoid traveling if at all possible. And if you do have to travel out there, know that you may be stuck on a roadway for quite a while. Have a backup plan, something to stay warm with, a blanket, right? Some additional water. But again, option number one is to stay at home. That's the number one thing you should be doing. I can tell you from my vantage point where we are in the heart of Oklahoma City, right here at the corner of actually the intersection of Park and Broadway. And Mike, when you think about the proximity, the location of where Oklahoma City happens to be, just the bullseye in the Central Plains, it's this place where you have that crossing, the mixing, the moisture from the Gulf, the cold air from the north. But right now, it's going to be the cold air that's the big story, the big component in this story for days to come. Mike, back to you.
It really is winning out at this point, Reynolds. And now that we have the moisture that's come in, it is snow, it is ice, it is so dangerous right now. And those pictures that we're showing there of I-44, really difficult tonight. I-44 shut down both directions. Now, the accident actually happened on the westbound lanes on the Turner Turnpike here. But the eastbound lanes are also closed for emergency vehicles. Some of these semis were fully engulfed in flames. So we've got about a 14-mile stretch of I-44 that's closed. So if you're trying to go eastbound on 44, you're going to be diverted to I-35, all right? You're not going to be able to get on 44. If you're coming westbound on I-44, say out of Tulsa, and you're trying to get into Oklahoma City, you're going to be diverted at Kickapoo Turnpike, and you're going to be put onto that turnpike, and you're going to have to work your way around. So again, serious major accident right now on I-44 just northeast of Oklahoma City. You can still see the smoke coming from the vehicles here. Earlier we saw giant flames coming out of this, but firefighters on the scene, I think they've gotten some water on that because it's more of a white or a gray cloud right now and not the black. And so I think they've got water on that, and hopefully, gosh, prayers that everyone's okay here, because this was a really serious accident. We know that the people that are going to be backed up in this are going to be some really cold Arctic air, so hopefully everyone's got a full tank of gas and they can stay warm tonight. We know a lot of places will be frigidly cold this evening. That's going to include from the Canadian border all the way down through the Mexican border. That's a live look at Great Falls, Montana. It's 7 below right now. It feels like 23 degrees below. Every day for the past 7 days, your high temperatures have been below zero. If that gives you any indication of where the cold area is and how far it's going to go and how cold it's going to be. All right, that's just look at that. 7 straight days now. 122 million Americans will have temperatures below 20 tomorrow by Tuesday. 128 million by Wednesday. 142 million Americans. Early in the week here, we've got Arctic high pressure forcing that cold air all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Temperatures could be as much as 50 degrees below average, meaning a place like Dallas, where you'd normally expect temperatures in the 60s, you'll be in the teens for high temperatures. All these dots on the map, places where we could see record cold temperatures early this week. Let's talk about Oklahoma City. 8 below zero for Tuesday morning. It's going to threaten some of your coldest temperatures in more than a century. For Little Rock, 2. Last time we were below zero, we're close to it, back in 1989. So some of us, it's been a very long time. Last time we were below 5 degrees in Dallas was 1989. Some of you weren't even alive. We're talking decades ago, folks. Arctic cold air with snow. In fact, 2 rounds coming. We're going to talk about Winter Storm Uri and Viola behind it next.
And we're back. It's all to play for here. Anybody's game. Here's the snap. Drops, fakes, throws right on the net. Oh, he drops it. Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, the stuff that nightmares are made of. Wow.
Don't you tell me that I'm crazy. Don't you say that I'm losing my mind. If I'm acting a little strange, it's 'cause there's something new in my life. I'm in love, love, love. It's everything I've been dreaming of. I'm in love.
Celebrate your love with a gift from Pandora Jewelry and discover all the ways to shop.
Some people say our trade-in process feels too easy. They can't believe it's 100% online and gives them a competitive offer that won't change for 7 days. An offer that they can put toward their new car. Some people can't believe our friendly advocate will come to them as soon as tomorrow, drop off their new ride, and whisk their old one away. Because we make trading your car unbelievably easy. Also, you can say, "Told you so." Experience the new way to trade in your car with Carvana.
Do you have dry, cracked hands from constant washing, cold weather, and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's Lip Repair. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked lips.
What's my safe flight story? I spend a lot of time in my truck. It's my livelihood. So I'm not taking any chances when something happens to it. So when my windshield cracked, my friend recommended Safe Flight Auto Glass. It came right to me with expert service where I needed it. That's service I can trust, no matter what I'm hauling. Right, girl?
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
I saw them out of the corner of my eye. Just a blur when they jumped the median. There was nothing I could do. She's safe because of our first Outback, and our new one's even safer.
Welcome to the 2020 Subaru Outback, an IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus, the highest level of safety you can earn.
Get 0% for 63 months on select new 2021 models, now through March 1st.
Hey, Paula. Hi, John. I hear your interior design firm has been having some internet issues.
We do a lot of online design consultations, and our internet lags a lot.
It makes for very frustrated clients.
You should switch to Spectrum Business. You get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month. You can add business phone for $19.99 a month.
That is half of what we pay now.
Until they add in the hidden fees.
Spectrum Business has no hidden fees. What you see is what you pay. Call 855-344-4144.
Okay, wait. It has to be reliable.
Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability. And you can add wireless internet backup for constant connectivity, even if the power goes out.
Ooh.
All right, that's impressive.
What's even more impressive is the value. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and add business phone for just $19.99 a month. Call 855-344-4144 today.
To think of a place, to picture it in the mind, and not to picture its weather. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 37 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late. Low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High 36. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And the main event with Uri now into the Metroplex. Visibility starting to drop below a mile back toward Fort Worth. So on the western end of that, and that is all going to make its way on off toward the east. As you see behind me here, this is the Woodall Rogers Freeway. It's nice to see at least less traffic right now because I was a little concerned a little while ago. But this will be snow covered in a very big hurry here, because when this snow comes down, you're talking about 1 to 2 inches of snow with some of these snowfall rates. And I think that's going to cripple areas. Places like Grayson, and I saw Breckenridge, 4.5 inches. Kind of amazing when you look at this. This is the overpass here. The salt has actually done a pretty good job on these roads. But it's 14 degrees now. Our temperature has literally been dropping all day. All right? And we've gotten about a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch of this light snow. Really sleet combo and freezing rain from last night, which continues to sit on the ground. We'll see what happens, though, once we start getting into 1 inch or 2 an hour, especially with 14 degrees out. Doesn't matter how much salt you got on the roads. It's going to be an absolute disaster here. So please, guys, take that as some advice and just stay off the roads if you're watching us right now. You can see all this coming in from the west side on the radar. And, Brandon, I don't know if you got the high-resolution radar out, but there are 2 rather large lakes on the north side of Dallas. And the northerly flow over those lakes is actually creating what looks like lake effect snow, because you can see the streamers coming from north to south. But also, if you look off to the west, here comes the stratiform precip. That's the main event right there. And that's where the 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall comes in. And that's what can cripple the roads. Absolutely cripple them and lock them up. So folks out on the roads, your accident potential goes up exponentially as this band begins to move on in. As I mentioned, 4.5 at Breckenridge. All right, so that tells you how fast it may add up. We'll see if we get that here in downtown. That is yet to be determined, Mike, but the worst of this event has yet to make its way into Dallas. And we all know what some of this snow has already done up in Oklahoma. Let's get an update on the I-44 accident.
Yeah, Jim, thank you so much. I want to get back to that breaking weather news out of Oklahoma City. Major pileup here on I-44. It was the westbound lanes that have the issues, but the eastbound lanes are also closed. Our Charles Peak is there. Charles, if you can hear me, update us on what you know. What's the scene like right now?
Mike, there appears to be at least 2 tractor trailers and other vehicles involved in the pileup. There is an ongoing fire here. Fire department is trying to put water on it. I'm sure the temperatures are making that more difficult. We did talk to a trooper here. He says there are injuries at this point in time, but obviously at this preliminary stage, details to that is limited. They are feeling that right now the interstate would be locked down and shut down for probably at least 8 hours.
We know, Charles, they've closed it at I-35 and back at Kickapoo Turnpikes. There's about 14 miles that are shut down. You mentioned that people may be injured. Are ambulances on the scene? Can they get there even?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hang on one second, Mike. They're getting a tanker to try to get water here. I'm going to have to relocate just a hair. And then, at this point in time, I don't see any ambulance. Well, no, I was just, okay. We're, needless to say, it's breaking news. We got a tanker trying to get through, and I'm trying to give him room here. And,
hey, Charles, do you? I want you to be safe out there and let the first responders do their thing. But I do want to ask if you can, how far back are the cars backed up here? Because the concern is going to be how many people are going to be stranded in their vehicles in single-digit temperatures this evening.
It looks like, obviously several miles, but fortunately the interstate here has some access roads periodically through it, so. In that situation, I think in time here they'll be able to help most of the people off of the interstate. So I don't think that's going to be a major concern at this point in time. But
do you know if this? You mentioned the tractor trailers. Do we believe that may be how this began with the tractor trailers losing control?
The trooper said that at this point in time they're not sure on what initially caused the accident. They'll be doing an investigation, but they're unsure what really caused it. I don't know if you can see here, Mike, but you can see they're already turning vehicles around to go the wrong way on the westbound lane. So they're already trying to get people off of the interstate here.
Well, in that regard, that's good news. If people can actually get out of that messy situation. Charles, thank you so much for the update. Appreciate the pictures. Appreciate the information. But again, to recap here, I-44 shut down northeast of Oklahoma City in both directions, eastbound and westbound, for a 14-mile stretch between I-35 and Kickapoo Turnpike here. Major accident in the westbound lanes, emergency vehicles in the westbound and eastbound lanes. The snow is going to start to wrap up here in Oklahoma City pretty soon, but there we're highlighting the location of the accident here being turned away on 35 and at Kickapoo Turnpike. More continuing coverage of Winter Storm Uri with our field crews after this.
Do you like mud? Okay, then go there. You like snow? Go there. Do you like doing things in and around the water? Great, go there. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport. With 7 available GOAT modes, built to go over any type of terrain.
Can we even afford this house?
I'm pretty sure we can.
Pretty sure. With Rocket Mortgage, you can be certain.
What's the difference?
I'm pretty sure these Hornets aren't the murdering type.
Certain is better.
Let's go with certain.
When you need to be certain about how much home you can afford, Rocket can.
Being a good father is important to me. So being diagnosed with advanced non-small cell lung cancer made me think of all the things that I wanted to teach my kids. My doctor said I could start on Keytruda, so I did. With each scan, things just got better.
In a clinical study, Keytruda offered patients a longer life than chemotherapy, and it could be your first treatment. For non-small cell lung cancer that has spread, Keytruda can be used for adults who test positive for PD-L1 and whose tumors do not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene. Keytruda is not chemotherapy. It's the immunotherapy used to treat more patients with advanced lung cancer than any other. Keytruda helps your immune system fight cancer, but can also cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body. This can happen during or after treatment and may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain or tenderness, nausea or vomiting, rapid heartbeat, increased hunger or thirst, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in urine or eyesight, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, confusion or memory problems, fever, rash, itching, or flushing. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems. If you've had an organ transplant, had or plan to have a stem cell transplant, or have lung, breathing, or liver problems.
Before I'd think of the stuff I might miss, But now with Keytruda, we have hope.
Living longer is possible. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. Ask your doctor about Keytruda.
Guy Fieri. You know, if you want to make that sandwich the real deal, you got to focus on the bread layers. King's Hawaiian sliced bread makes everything better.
Honey, why is Guy Fieri in our kitchen?
I don't know. I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavortown with a King's Hawaiian meatball sub. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread.
Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread.
Hey, I got you.
Guy Fieri?
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Tonight, a historic winter invasion underway as 2 coast-to-coast storms batter the nation with ice and snow, life-threatening wind chills from Washington State to Washington, D.C. and everywhere in between. We are here with you all night to cover each and every angle. We start our team coverage with Jim Cantore, who is live in Dallas, Texas. Jim.
Yeah, holy smoke, Mike. Waiting the worst of this here in downtown Dallas as it is coming in like a hammer. 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates off to our west. That is what's moving in right now. But let's get an update on Dallas here. I want to talk to Rhonda Simpson. She is with Dallas Emergency Management, Dallas Public Information, to talk about what's happening. Rhonda, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. First of all, just set the scene for us right now on Dallas. How are we doing? Where are we at right now?
Well, we are obviously monitoring the weather very closely, working very closely with the National Weather Service, with all of our local and state partners. We have crews out, state and local crews out, clearing the roads as quickly as they can. They are running 24 operations. We are encouraging all of our residents to stay inside and stay safe and to not be out on the roads if at all possible.
Well, here's what we have going on right now, Rhonda. Looking off to the west, we're just getting the worst of this storm coming into Fort Worth and the west central part of the Metroplex. That's going to move into Dallas very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, as I started this interview, the skies are starting to just kind of darken and get awfully gray here all of a sudden. So it's definitely right on the doorstep in through here. This will cause the roads to really grease up in a hurry. Is there any way that you guys can prepare folks in Dallas for that, or are you just going to have to wait and see and react to whatever happens?
Well, of course, they have been treating the roads since Tuesday, the highways especially. We have our crews that have been out. They will be out through Monday with both the state has brine solutions, Dallas has sand trucks. We are just going to do whatever we can as we have prepared and how we move forward. We will react to how the weather changes. And then, of course, continuing our messaging to try not to be out on the roads.
Is this an overwhelming incident for you guys? In other words, you take a look at the fact that it's been cold. We had the issues, obviously, on Thursday with the 35 accident. Now we've got this, and then we have potentially another system on Wednesday, and maybe getting above freezing on Friday. I mean, when you think of the scope of that, is that overwhelming for a city that gets 2 inches a year of snow?
I don't know that I would say overwhelming. We are doing our best. We have been planning for this all week.
Yeah.
We have, had plenty of notice that this storm was coming in. So I trust that our teams have been working very diligently to make sure that we are ready.
Rhonda, I appreciate that. And you're right. That's all we can do. You're right. We had a lot of notice about that. You just hit the nail on the head with that. Again, Rhonda Simpson, guys, talking to us from the city of Dallas. And, it's one thing planning, it's one thing talking about it, but then when it actually happens, when it's game time, which it will be very soon right here, Mike Bettis, it's going to be a whole different animal, okay? Again, as you look behind me here, this is the Woodall Rogers Freeway. Things are moving fine now. Let's see what this looks like in an hour, all right? Things are not moving along very well up on Interstate 44. Reynolds, we're about 14 degrees here. What's the difference between the temperature in Dallas and where you are in Oak City?
Yeah, we're single digits right now. We've got 5 degrees with the wind chill as it roars in. We're down to about 15 below. I can tell you one thing is definitely frozen in place. That'd be along the people along parts of Interstate 44 in both directions. Let's go, if we can right now, take a look at some of the live images brought in by the Weather Channel's Charles Peak. You see the view from high above showing you the issue that you have down below. And folks, this is one of those situations where you had an accident, then a chain reaction, and now both sides of the interstate. Again, it is slow and go. We heard Charles Peak a short while ago mention that people are now being diverted, turning around, going in the opposite direction, being told just to avoid that area. I mean, unfortunately, what we've seen over parts of America, situations like this play out along parts of Interstate 35, in parts of Texas. Certainly we're seeing now in Oklahoma, and we could see more in days to come. It's a horrible combination. People moving at a high rate of speed or even a slow rate of speed where you have slick conditions, windy times, and I'm telling you, if you can avoid traveling, by all means, stay off the roadways. Many people may not have a choice. It's part of the job. You've got to get out there and do it. But even then, allow plenty of room between your car, the car, not just say salt trucks or even plows, but how about all vehicles? But I'll tell you one thing that is moving, maybe the traffic isn't, but this wind is, and it's going to continue to be an issue for days to come. Right now, we have a winter storm warning that is in effect. As we take a look at radar, you'll notice that the radar is fairly busy. We can anticipate this snow to continue through parts of the evening hours. Should begin to subside as we go overnight and into the morning, but that winter storm warning lasts until 6 o'clock tomorrow night here. But that cold air, well, that's going to stay here for more than a minute. That's going to be here for quite a while. And then on the heels of that, as you've heard, we've got another one coming in right behind it. So winter has come on for the Central Plains with an absolute vengeance. Where we happen to be, you'll notice this vehicle coming on through. Busy times for it, no doubt. Slow and go, that's the way you got to go. These vehicles, many of them putting out salt, some of them have been spreading out solution on the roadways to kind of keep the ice away. In terms of the type of precipitation that we've been seeing, it's a very dry snow. Lack of moisture content because of the cold conditions, Mike, really can't bear it, but very different from what we've seen from some of the more historic snowfalls here in the Oklahoma City area. Coming to mind, let's see, that'd be 2009. There was certainly one during the Christmas Eve storm, and also the storm of the big blizzard of 2011. Higher snowfall totals to be certain, but the cold air, oh, this is much worse. Back to you, Mike.
It's amazing to think that truly Oklahoma City is the frozen tundra right now. It just looks miserable. Reynolds, thank you so much for bringing it to us there. It is rough conditions across the southern plains. That's a live look at Galveston. It's cold. It's 38 degrees right now, and it's likely to get even colder. We're very concerned that you're going to have some really sneaky freezing rain, freezing drizzle there that's going to make these roadways icy, okay? And I know you're thinking, okay, that hardly ever happens here. You get the influence from the Gulf of Mexico. I'm not worried about that. Well, overnight tonight, tomorrow morning, you may be thinking that, and those roadways have black ice. Next thing you know, you're skidding out of control. All the state of Texas, all the state of Oklahoma, all the state of Arkansas, the entire state of Ohio, all those states are under winter storm warnings from start to finish. And then all these places in between have winter storm warnings. It's ice, it's snow. Some places we could have blizzard conditions. We verified a blizzard in Albuquerque. Just unbelievable snow here. Look at this, from the hill country of Texas all the way up to the Great Lakes here. And then notice snow goes all the way down to the Texas coast. It's crazy to think about it. The moisture's coming in like this, all right? And now it's encountering the cold air that's diving south down here. The two get together, they make winter magic, unfortunately. And you can see, even around the Houston area, we've got concerns for freezing rain tonight. Again, ice is going to be the one thing that you cannot get traction on. 31 degrees about 2 hours from now or so. Alexandria, 26, 13 in Dallas. That cold air is edging its way closer and closer to the coast because tomorrow morning, that's what I'm concerned about. You're going to have ice. Then you're going to have snow on top of it. You're at 23 degrees at 5 o'clock in the morning in Houston. Everything's going to be frozen. Then look at the ice over into Baton Rouge, up into maybe Hattiesburg, Mississippi, up toward Huntsville, Nashville. You're now going over to snow tomorrow morning in Nashville. And in Jackson, snow goes all the way down to the Louisiana coastline as well. And the cold air in behind is life-threatening here. Single digits throughout the day tomorrow in Oklahoma City. Finally, everything pushes out across the south tomorrow evening. But the damage, I'm afraid, Dr. Knapp, will have been done by then. And if people do not stay off the roads, this is going to turn into a disaster in so many southern cities that have a hard time handling this kind of weather.
And that is not an overstatement at all. We're already getting reports of car accidents north of Houston, west of Houston, and our Felicia Combs is in downtown Houston, where you're right on the edge of going below freezing, but not far north on 45, west on 10. It gets a lot colder, and things are getting treacherous.
Yeah, they certainly are getting treacherous out there. We've seen reports of 610 ice on the ramps there, and that is going to be one of the big problems. I cannot stress enough that once this temperature hits that freezing mark, I've still seen people out quite a bit in downtown driving around, but the temperature is right above that freezing mark, and once it hits it, we're going to have big problems. And then even after that, we are. So I want to show you something that would be a different story if we were, say, in the Northeast. The trees, they wouldn't have their leaves. They would have lost them a while ago. But these trees in Houston, this isn't typical weather. So we're seeing a lot of these trees with a lot of their leaves. And what that means is leaves are able to collect more of that ice accretion. And all that's going to do is make those branches heavier, make those trees heavier. And what that is going to lead to is a possibility for power outages, those trees coming down. So a reminder before you go to bed tonight or right now, go out and move your car away from trees. Do keep in mind that these temperatures are going to keep falling. So we are never going to be above freezing in the Houston area. Katy, the Woodlands, we are all going to be below freezing through at least Tuesday afternoon. So if we have these power outages, it's going to get cold really quickly. So you want to make sure you have some way to remain warm safely as well. And then also just you cannot be out at all. Once we do see that temperature drop, it is going to freeze these roads very quickly. And you also don't want to be stuck in your car behind an accident when you're talking about temperatures dropping down into the teens. Dr. Knapp, it could become a dangerous situation really quickly if people aren't heeding all of this advice about dealing with the ice that we're going to see here in the Houston area.
So true, Felicia. Extended period below freezing could cause some burst pipes. You got to do whatever you can to warm those pipes. And, you know, those trees and those elevated surfaces, getting ice on them means it's not going to be long before the ground, you know, the sidewalks, the driveways are going to be covered in ice. Now, if you have any doubt just how treacherous ice can be, just watch what this poor man went through in Austin, Texas. These are the roads in the Houston area, I believe, and look how slow they're going. You know, treating those roads, because this is how slippery the Houston roads are going to be at ground level pretty soon. This happened in Austin, and you know, it's not just about staying off the roads in your car. You want to stay off the sidewalks and the driveways because they are slippery and you really can be seriously injured. I can speak from experience. I walked down icy steps up in Indiana years ago and put a gash in my leg. I mean, it is not you know, an overstatement to say you can really be seriously injured just by going outside and walking when it's icy. So it is really important that all of you in these painted areas here, even with a relatively low chance of getting just 1/10 of an inch of ice, that's all it takes. It does not take much ice at all from Houston through much of Louisiana, including all the way down to Baton Rouge, maybe even New Orleans, all the way up into Nashville. And Mike will tell you a little bit about what's going to happen in the Northeast. So yes, there's a lot of snow in Texas, but it's this dividing line that is becoming increasingly concerning, because before you start getting snow in the Houston area, you're going to get ice. And we got that temperature at Intercontinental right at 33. And look at just up the road a piece, up 290 to the northwest, it's below freezing and snowing. The farther you go out I-10, the more you get ice and snow issues. And we're getting a lot of reports up I-45 and up towards College Station. It's not accumulating such that they're getting large amounts of ice accumulation, but you're getting 1/100 of an inch, 3/100 of an inch of freezing rain being reported, and you're starting to get a glaze on the trees and on the roads. Now, downtown Houston, as Felicia was reporting, just above freezing. But look at Tomball, it's 31. Brookshire out by Katy, it's 30. Sugar Land right on that edge. And we're getting reports of ice covering the roads, especially the elevated surfaces north and west of town. And if you go up Highway 290 northwest of Houston, look at icing on that 290 overpass at James Muse Parkway. Accidents, cars sliding, and then the same sort of thing up in Waller. And that is actually happening, Mike, all the way down to Corpus Christi, where it's 31 degrees, and then Jackson, Mississippi, having a pretty significant ice event, and it is sleet, it is freezing rain, and that's headed northward and eastward.
I'm just blown away by how cold it is and how much snow and ice we are getting that far south. It is going to be life-threatening for sure. We do know this. All that is on the move to the north as well. Look at all the areas then that extend into the Ohio Valley and the Northeast where we have winter storm warnings here. A good swath of 8 inches to a foot of snow will fall here, not to mention the ice as well. Look at this corridor of heavy snow here. That's a big swath of 8 to 12 inches of snow. Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, Dayton, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Albany, then all the way into the Northeast. We get the big snow here. There's the ice kind of on the southern edge of all that. We've got high confidence here. There'll be a large area of at least 1/10 of an inch of ice, and it doesn't take much sometimes to get a glaze on the roadways, and you lose control, and next thing you know, you're in a big pileup. We've seen it over and over and over this week. We've got high to medium confidence of 1/4 of an inch of ice or more. Now we're going to start to worry a little bit more about power outages as well. Not much happening right now, but watch for the cold air to be in there and then a little bit of freezing drizzle. It's going to make railings, sidewalks, roads deceptively icy in the morning. Temperatures this afternoon are already below freezing in a lot of places. Here comes the snow beginning tomorrow morning. Really going to lay down some heavy stuff here from maybe Cincinnati to Columbus to Pittsburgh, and then rotating over into the Northeast. Then the next round comes in behind that as well. So there'll kind of be a couple of different rounds with Winter Storm Uri here. The entire time we stay below freezing, which means the entire time, especially across the Ohio Valley and Northeast, it is snow. Let's get you back to Dallas tonight with meteorologist Jim Cantore. Jim, just beginning to see the heavier bands start to roll through Fort Worth tonight.
Yeah, we are a half mile at all 3 stations. I'm sorry, a 1/4 mile at all 3 stations in Fort Worth right now. A 1/4 mile heavy snow. So it's coming in, guys. Trust me, this shot within the next half hour is going to look amazingly different than what it looks right now. And the last time that we had this many square miles covered with winter storm warnings in the United States was February 2011. That was the year, too. Dallas got their biggest snow, over 11 inches. We are not expecting that with this storm or even adding the next one coming down the road. But it's what happens in the now, what happens within the next hour here that could cripple roads in and around Dallas-Fort Worth. Again, very heavy snow on its way within the next hour here in the Metroplex.
Trelegy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day.
No matter how you got COPD, it's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling.
Start a new day with Trelegy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. It's time to start a new day. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Who is USAA made for? It's made for this guy, a veteran who honorably served. And it's made for her. She's serving now. We made it for all branches and all ranks, whether they served one tour or in the rear of it. We also made USAA for military spouses and their kids. USAA is easy to work with and can save you money on auto, home, and renter's insurance. Become a member today. Call us for a quote.
Here. Start your purchase online and browse our wide selection of quality pre-owned vehicles with vehicle delivery options. When you're ready, we're ready.
mesothelioma, and lung cancer victims.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you were exposed to asbestos while on the job years ago and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in corporate bankruptcy funds set aside for asbestos victims, even if you smoked. Call Whiteson Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos injury cases for the past 30 years. Keep your case at home in New York with the firm that knows how to win in court and out of court, Whiteson Luxembourg. Their 500 lawyers and staffers are experienced and dedicated.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-6100. That's 800-299-6100.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 37 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late, low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, cloudy with showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High 36. Monday night, rain likely. Low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
We're going back to Mars, and there's so much to explore.
Our understanding of the red planet is about to take its next giant step forward.
NASA's newest rover, Perseverance, is scheduled to land on our neighboring planet.
And we're covering it live here on the Weather Channel.
There are some impressive new bells and whistles on this guy.
Join us Thursday as we follow the descent onto the Martian surface.
This is a new era for NASA and Mars exploration.
You won't want to miss the next phase of America's mission to Mars. Thursday on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back to our continuing live coverage of Winter Storm Uri. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. I want to bring you some more wintry scenes that we've seen from the beginning of Winter Storm Uri. They had its sights set on Seattle. We had some really serious snow that came down there, and now the storm is marching its way across the country. In Seattle, dropping about 9 inches of snow, actually making yesterday the city's 6th snowiest day in city history. It truly was a sight to see. The cold air is really in place now across the country, truly from the west coast to the east coast. The cold air is in place. So let's talk more about what's going to happen with all that cold air and the mix of snow that comes in. And we've also got Viola to watch behind that. Dr. Knabb with us tonight.
Yeah, Mike, it's amazing to think as much as we are dealing with right now with our winter storm in the middle of the country with Uri, that we're only going to get a short break before it happens again in many of the same places in the central and eastern part of the country. But right now, Pacific Northwest, that has been getting multiple storms with Tabitha and Uri, now dealing with approaching Viola, and there's not really a whole lot of break between the two storms. In fact, right now, there's an ice storm warning in effect for metropolitan Portland, Oregon. That goes until tomorrow morning, and then we've got all these winter storm warnings and advisories that go through Tuesday morning as the business end of Viola moves in. So here's what's happening in the Pacific Northwest. Again, getting that mix and freezing rain and sleet in Portland. Most of the snow in the Seattle area is upslope. But if you back out from that, you realize this is Uri down in here, and there's a little bit of a break, but not much. And then this spin in the Northeast Pacific, that is the bulk of Viola about to come in. So when you look at the colors, that's the low-level spin of Viola that's about to come off the Northeast Pacific, and the white lines are the middle upper-level pattern. So we got this trough down here that is Uri, and then when Viola comes in on Monday and then into Tuesday, watch how this troughing pattern, especially on Wednesday, looks just like it does today. So Viola will look like Uri in about 3 days. And you will get a lot of snow in the western half of the country coming through the Rockies as Viola comes through Tuesday. But then Tuesday through Friday, here we go again perhaps in Dallas and OKC and Little Rock, Nashville, Indianapolis, and much of the interior Northeast, maybe a little bit of the I-95 corridor. Now, there's not universal agreement on whether Dallas or OKC gets the most snow, so there's a little bit to be worked out there. But one thing that I want to highlight here is as Uri departs, and here comes Viola, even if we don't get as much chance of snow in a place like Houston, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, we could have another bout of ice. Even if it goes above freezing during the day, Tuesday night, Wednesday night in Houston, Texas, Mike, could be more ice accumulation.
Just truly don't have the infrastructure to handle it. We've got a little bit more robust infrastructure in places like Oklahoma City. Our Reynolds Wolf is there, but sometimes Reynolds, the conditions just can be so brutal you have a hard time keeping up with it.
Oh, you're right about that. That is definitely the case. I'll tell you, that in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, all 77 counties, people here are incredibly robust. They're hardworking, they're great folks, and they know their weather. They truly do, of all forms. But I'll tell you, this is something that people may have to harken back in time and think about other big snowstorms, the blizzard of 2011. They think about the snowstorm that happened back on Christmas Eve of 2009. This is a different animal altogether. For one, you don't have the same amount of snow. However, the cold is really the big difference maker, no doubt about it. From my vantage point where I'm standing next to this building, right on Park Avenue, it really isn't that bad. Sure, it's some single digits here or there, but when you step out and you feel the brunt of the wind, it just kind of picks up and just goes right through you. Traffic right now at a standstill in a lot of locations here. Actually, there's no traffic to speak of, and there certainly is not much movement on 44. In fact, let's take a look at Interstate 44 in Oklahoma City. Situation there from Charles Peak. He's got this grand video to share with us, and it tells grand video, but it shows a horrible scene. You had an accident here, 2 semi-trucks. There was actually some fire here for a time. The flames are out, but the problems still remain. And I'll tell you, this is a scene that we do not want to see replicated. We don't want to see this happen again, but unfortunately, people driving at a high rate of speed, or any rate of speed on a roadway, in a situation like this, you can see these things begin to pile up more of these problems. So folks, please avoid traveling if at all possible. For more coverage, you're at the right place. Keep it right here on the Weather Channel. We have a full team assembled, not only out in the field, but behind the scenes to give you all the information so critical to you, your friends, your family. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Last year, Subaru and our retailers donated 50 million meals to Feeding America. And yet, 1 in 4 children may still face hunger. So Subaru and our retailers are doing it again, donating an additional 100 million meals to help those in need. Love, it's never been needed more than right now. Subaru, more than a car company. To join us with a donation, go to Subaru.com.
What's my Safe Flight story? My truck is my livelihood. So when my windshield cracked, the experts at Safe Flight Auto Glass came right to me with service I could trust. Right, girl?
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
An after-school pickup that doesn't let her down. Warming their hearts in the middle of a blizzard. Playing welcome wagon to your favorite person on earth. Never missing a single goal. Despite the weather, despite the storms, Bosch high-performance windshield wipers handle the harshest conditions to help you reach life's important moments. See what matters most with Bosch.
Dear 2020, you had your time.
I want to break free.
Now it's our time
Time to get away to a place where we can finally be free. Free from boundaries, limitations, even virtual backgrounds. Today, we break free.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? Plan your future getaway with Norwegian Cruise Line. Sail safe, feel free.
We believe in the power of helping hands. Teamwork that works. So you can find ways to stay close.
See yourself.
Welcome back to the mirror.
And know you're not alone. Because this,
Come on, Jesse, one more.
is a reflection of an unstoppable community. In the mirror.
We're gonna make it. Who say we can? Give it all we got and prove that we can. Together we rise with positive minds. Nothing but good vibes. This is what it's like to be. Call your friends and let them know. Appreciate the love they show. Together you're unstoppable. What are you waiting for?
To learn more about Lovesac Sactionals, the world's most adaptable couch, or to schedule a private shopping appointment, visit lovesac.com.
They're first. First to respond. First to put others' lives before their own. And in an emergency, they need a network that puts them first, that connects them to technology, to each other, and to other agencies. That's why AT&T built FirstNet with and for first responders. The Emergency Response Network authorized by Congress. FirstNet, because putting them first is our job.
Find the cloud in this picture. Look closely. I'll give you a second. Did you find it here? Excellent job. That water holds future clouds. Sun's working on it as we speak. Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
And the hammer is dropping on Dallas as we speak. We have Alliance, Texas right now, 1/8 of a mile S+. In observations, that's an 1/8 of a mile visibility, heavy snow. Rodney, go in here on the Woodall Rogers Freeway. I want you to just see, this is literally 5 minutes of this snow because we're in it now, all right? And look at how much dustier the road has gotten. So big, big difference in just 5 minutes. The good news is this is a very light, airy snow. It's not a super wet snow at all, which is also odd in its own right. But it is going to accumulate very, very quickly here. Just got word out of St. Joe, Texas, which is north and west of Dallas-Fort Worth. 6 inches. All right, we got about 68,000 customers without power right now. And if there's one saving grace about this particular snow event, it is a very light snow. So it's not adding any weight onto the trees. And that's, if anything, the silver lining in all of this. But we are getting colder. Temperatures are dropping into the low teens now. Our wind chills are below zero. But you can see what's happening here on the Woodall Rogers Freeway as we look at it from Clyde Warren Park. So as we look, Rodney, just kind of look up a little bit at some of the buildings. Again, we're right here in downtown Dallas. And you can see how the visibility is coming down. If you've been watching us a little bit here, the SALT has done a nice job on some of these overpasses here, but we'll see what happens with this snowfall rate starting to increase, all right? Let's look up street here, and you can see what we're talking about. How we're starting to get, the snow just kind of coating on the sides here. Any place that's not salted is going to see rapid accumulation of those roads here. And this is what we're worried about. If you're watching us from Dallas, please don't venture out because the visibilities and the snowfall rates we're getting now are going to really create very hazardous road conditions. I don't care if it's 14 and it's a dry snow. It's still going to accumulate on the roads. And when you've already got melted snow on the roads, you're going to have a slush. And that slush is going to get very, very slippery out there. So let's not get into a situation like we got the other day Be very, very careful. Unless you absolutely positively have to go out, I encourage everybody to stay home. If we had to, we could walk back to where we're staying here in Dallas. Mike Bettis, temperatures dropping as we speak, 14 and heading down.
Yeah, walking might be the best way to get around, considering what the conditions are going to be here overnight tonight. Jim, thank you. Appreciate the update there and the good message there. Now, for the Southern Plains into the Ohio Valley, boy, conditions get really, really rough for us, unfortunately. How much snow is still to come here? Good swath of 5 to 8 inches from the hill country of Texas. I'd say San Antonio, Austin, Houston, up toward Tyler, Texarkana, Alexandria, Little Rock, Memphis. These are all places where big snow is coming. Memphis, you could be looking at 8 to 12 inches of snow. Now, Dallas, a little bit less, all right? Maybe a 1 inch on the west side, a 5 inch on the east side, okay? But the snow goes all the way down to Houston, Galveston. I'm just blown away by that. There's the moisture moving in from the Gulf of Mexico, cold air coming southbound here. The two get together, and it really creates havoc here on the roads, that's for sure. That's why we have literally the entire state of Texas under a winter storm warning. We don't believe that's ever happened before. It's a big state, right? Houston, this evening, you're going down below freezing. Dallas, we've already been below freezing for a long time. We're 13 this evening. 26 Alexandria, 27 Jackson, 28 Nashville. These are the locations in pink. We're worried about icing happening and just a glaze on those roadways. Look at what happens for you tomorrow in Houston. You go over to snow as your temperature drops to 23 degrees. Look at the ice now. Baton Rouge up through Hattiesburg and Jackson, 27 degrees. The snow really overtakes you here through the Mid-South. Big-time snowfall rates could be 1 to 2 inches per hour until the entire thing lifts out. But the cold air in behind means all that snow stays. Any compacted snow on the roadways just makes them really, really slick. Not to mention the ice. High confidence we get 1/10 of an inch or more in a large area, and actually some pretty good confidence we get 1/4 of an inch or more as well. This is going to be so hazardous on the roads. Truly, if you can telecommute, if you don't have to be at work, tomorrow's just not your day. Spotty power outages now happening. Big time power outages in Oregon at the beginning of Uri, Virginia. That was from our previous winter storm. Tabitha, Texas now, about 70,000 customers without power. Those numbers are going up. We're going to continue to cover Uri for you tonight. We'll take you to Houston. Felicia Combs is there.
That's right. And just to put this in perspective so we can kind of wrap our brains around it, your average morning low in Houston right around this time of year should be in the upper 40s. Instead, we're talking about the 20s and the teens, and it's going to feel so much colder than that. We're going to talk more about what this is going to mean for the Houston metro area and the rest of Texas coming up after the break.
Oh, just one.
Jake from State Farm, that Maya markdown saved me so much on my insurance.
Maya, everyone gets surprisingly great rates with State Farm.
How can I ever repay you?
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I felt awful because of my psoriasis. I was covered from head to toe with it. It really hurt. Then I started Cosentyx. That was 4 years ago. How are you? See me.
Cosentyx works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel better.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentyx could help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2021 RX 350 for $429 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Lose something? Where's your face mask?
Probably in my car.
Somewhere in my kitchen.
He has no idea.
When you need your mask, you want it right where you can find it. Introducing CopperFit Never Lost Face Mask, the new ultra lightweight mask designed with a built-in lanyard that lets you lower your mask and is always right there when you need it.
Sometimes people just walk on you just really quick. You're like, where's my mask at? Yeah. And now it's like, oh, okay, you're coming. I'm ready to go.
I'm like in my purse throwing things around trying to find it. Like, wait, 1 second.
I like that it just hangs right off and then I don't have to worry about losing it, so it's always with me.
Okay, I got my phone, I got my keys. Where's my mask? Oh, it's always with me.
An easy adjustable ear loop design for custom fit and maximum comfort.
I love the adjustable ear loops. It doesn't fall off. It's very secure. I don't feel the straps behind my ears. I've never seen a mask have that.
You're expecting a good mask to be uncomfortable. Constantly like put my fingers back here and like give my ears some relief. But with this mask, I can breathe in it and probably never gonna lose it. It's great.
A triple layer fabric with a durable copper infused outer layer and a soft cotton double inner layer.
This is brilliant. This is now my go-to mask because you don't need to be thinking about it. You just need to wear it.
It's going to blow it out of the water against all other masks.
An adjustable nose clip to help reduce fogging.
You gotta love that.
Neverlost mask is durable, washable, and reusable. Get the mask you will never lose again at buyneverlost.com for only $19.99. Or call 1-800-550-4602. Order now for your entire family, and we'll include 4 lanyard masks for only $19.99.
Why don't all masks have this?
If you want a mask that doesn't give you Mickey Mouse ears and pull your ears right off your face, you want this mask.
You want to simplify your life? Get one of these.
Ask for the original by name, Copperfit Neverlost Mask.
Do you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
Get your coveralls on, because it's going to get dirty around here.
Let the fun begin.
Winter Storm Uri. This is going to be a storm that goes down in the history books. This is going to be historic weather that we talk about for years. The weather that we're going to be seeing for the next 36, 48 hours across the southern plains. It is like nothing we've seen in decades. Welcome back into our continuing coverage. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs here in downtown Houston, where we are still just a degree above freezing where we are. We're still seeing that liquid precipitation, but all around us, 610, the 610 loop is a mess. Lots of icy spots being reported on the roads here around Houston. We've already had reports of 290 being closed earlier because of that ice and because of the situation that we're expecting to continue to deteriorate as we head through the overnight hours through tomorrow and even into Tuesday with these very cold temperatures. Judge Lina Hidalgo did sign a disaster declaration so that officials are able to utilize all other resources that they would have under that declaration. So we are preparing here in Houston, but I can tell you there is no amount of preparation you can do if you happen to get out and you hit an icy patch on the roads. There is no driving on ice, so we can't stress enough that you need to stay home. At any given moment, I'd say within the next couple hours, we will definitely be below freezing all around the Houston metro area. We're already seeing that out around Jersey Village, around the Woodlands. Guys, this is a situation that is going to get more dangerous as we head through the overnight tonight, and especially as we see temperatures dropping down into the teens as we head into Tuesday. Reynolds, this is cold like some people who have lived here in Houston for decades have never seen. And of course, not just that, we're talking about temperatures well below average, the snow falling. It is really something we don't see a lot in this part of the country.
Oh, sakes alive, you're absolutely right about that. You truly are. And you know, here in the Oklahoma City area, we're talking about cold weather that they have not dealt with, going all the way back to the presidency of President Benjamin Harrison. Yeah, 1892. That's how old some of these records are. They're just being not shattered, they're being obliterated. So yeah, certainly a sledgehammer of cold air that we're seeing that's been funneling its way and continues to make its way down into parts of South Texas. You know, it's amazing, folks. I got to tell you, when I was listening to Felicia and I was hearing her report, I was thinking, my gosh, it seems like just such a short time ago that we were still dealing with hurricane season. But we've had such a quick change in Houston, which obviously deals with the tropics, now dealing with winter. Well, here I got to tell you, in Oklahoma, they have had winter weather, obviously, in the past. They sure have. It's some of the worst that they've had in terms of winter weather. Go back to the blizzard of 2011, where they had about 18 to 19 inches of snowfall up in Tulsa. Here in downtown OKC, they had about a foot, but the wind was not that big of an issue. And the cold air, although obviously cold enough to support snow, was not quite as brutal as it is this time. Then you think back to 2009. They had about a foot of snow here, but you also had some gusts of wind up to 60 miles an hour. But this is different altogether. The type of snow, if I can just sit in here for a second, you'll notice this really is like a fine powder. Not a whole lot of moisture content in this to make snowballs or anything of that magnitude, but I will tell you, it is more than enough to cause issues on the roadways. Now, for those of you at home that are seeing the snowflakes, they're not dropping from the heavens to the ground. They're moving sideways, and that wind continues to roar its way on through, and it is just cutting right. I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter. I guess I could bet 9 layers on, can still feel it cutting right through me. And obviously, it's tough for people, but it's obviously even more difficult for people who are out and about on the roadways. Oklahoma Department of Transportation is urging people to do that, to stay off the roads. If you have to get out there, please go very carefully. They've had a lot of crews out there trying to keep the roads in good shape. National Guard has actually pitched in. Quite a few crews with Humvees that are out there trying to assist motorists. But even with all the help and the treatment of the roadways, we have seen tragedy spill out today, especially in parts of 44. Take a look at this video. Charles Peak shot this earlier. We had a semi-truck crashed, exploded in flames both sides of 44 standstill. It got to the point where state police had to actually divert people to go backward the way they came. And right now, people just urge to just lock in place, to stay in place. And really, I tell you, Mike, that really is the best course of action. Traveling by foot, probably your easiest way. But I'll tell you, Mike, even then, you walk across places like this intersection, you'll find snow, but you dig down just a little bit, you've got that thin veneer of ice about as thick as a coin, and that's more than enough. Yep. To go, well, feet over tea kettle, so to speak. Let's send it back to you, Mike.
All right, Reynolds, good points all around there. Appreciate it. Tough conditions for us in central Oklahoma, and the wind really making it that much worse. That cold air really expands its reach over the next several days. 122 million Americans tomorrow morning will have temperatures below 20 degrees. By Tuesday, it's 128 million, and by Wednesday, it's 142 million, as a lot more folks in the Northeast then get in on that cold air. Arctic high pressure pulling all that southbound here. There'll be some spots here where the temperatures could be up to 50 degrees below average. And to put that in context, I would say, okay, a place like Dallas where in the middle of the summer and average high temperatures 95 degrees. If you were 50 degrees above average in the summertime, you'd be 145 degrees. I mean, that's kind of the extreme end of it, right? Take a look at the widespread cold that we're going to have here. Look at these numbers. So many places from the Midwest to the Mexican border are going to be freezing. Oklahoma City by Tuesday morning, 8 degrees below zero. Some of the coldest air in more than a century. Little Rock at 2. Last time we were below zero, and we're going to be close to it, back in 1989. You take a look at Dallas, 3 degrees Tuesday morning. We haven't been there since the late 80s. I was in high school, folks. Stick around. More coverage of Winter Storm Uri right after this.
No one likes to choose between safe or sporty, modern or reliable. We want both. We want a hybrid. So do banks. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach helps them personalize experiences with Watson AI while helping keep data secure. From banking to manufacturing, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
See yourself.
Welcome back to the mirror.
And know you're not alone. Because this,
come on, Jesse, one more,
is a reflection of an unstoppable community. In the mirror.
Trelegy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking COPD sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trelegy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trelegy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Right now, get a king bed for the price of a queen, or a queen for the price of a twin. Plus, get a free adjustable base when you spend $6.99 on Sealy. Or save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. And you can save 50% on select Sealy Queen mattresses, now just $299.99. Shop Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and more with our sleep experts. Only at Mattress Firm.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 36 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late, low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, cloudy with showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High 36. Monday night, rain likely. Low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Growing up in New England, the big saying was, wait a minute, the weather will change. I never thought I'd be able to use the same statement in Dallas, Texas. Holy smoke, look at this. Big difference in what we got going on out here. Now you can see this light snow on the roads, but you know what's interesting? It's such a light, airy snow, which you wouldn't imagine, as rare as a snow event would be for Dallas. You'd think kind of a wet, gloppy snow. But even the vehicles driving by here, on the Woodall Rogers Freeway are going fast enough to blow this dusty light snow away from the roads. So things are still moving very, very well, thank goodness. Let's hope it stays that way. But I'll tell you one thing that's changed, and I'll use one word: volume. Not as much volume out here that we had before. It's almost like as soon as we got the snow, we saw a lot less cars here on the freeway. It's also getting dark. Temperatures are dropping in through here, but visibility in the city has easily dropped to about a mile or less. We've already seen it as low as 1/8 of a mile back through Fort Worth as well. So the snow is accumulating. So we're in the main event right now. All right, we're going to get several inches of snow before all is said and done. Breckenridge, 4.5 up toward Port Joe. We've got as much as 6 inches of snow, about 73,000 customers right now without power right now in Texas, which is actually pretty good when you consider the entire state is under a winter storm warning, and we are in the meat of this thing over very high population areas along the I-35 corridor. So more to come, as we know, certainly for Houston. The worst is to come overnight and tomorrow morning, where we'll get we'll run the gamut there. Like Dallas, we will also see temperatures coming down there, and they will get to a point, certainly, where it'll be very, very hard to get out and get around. Any other situation, when you think about it, Texas could probably borrow equipment and vehicles to help remove the snow and salt the roads from other states. But the breadth of this thing is so wide. I mean, we've had blizzard in Albuquerque. We've got the whole state of Oklahoma, Arkansas, almost all of Louisiana under winter storm warnings as well, and then right up through the Ohio Valley and onto the Northeast with more of the same. This is the most real estate that we've seen covered by winter storm warnings since February 2011. That's a big deal. And that was a big storm here in Texas. What we didn't have with that storm, though, was the cold. And we're going to have cold. So by time all is said and done, could we have a top 5 snowfall for Dallas? Yes. Could we have a top 5 record cold for Dallas? Yes. They'll occur on different days, but that's the length of this thing. I was mentioning earlier how you go back to Tuesday and we were below freezing. We got up for a couple of hours around midnight just above freezing, 33, and now we've gone below it again. The next time we have a chance to get above freezing here in Dallas, Friday. That's a long, long time from now. In between now and then, we have another storm, Dr. Knabb, to talk about. Viola, what are you seeing for Dallas early on? We know this can change, but what do you? Is this a 2 to 4 inch storm, or could it be as big a deal as what we're seeing right now?
Well, Jim, the potential is for it to be as big a deal because the overall pattern 3 days from now is going to look very similar to what it does now, because we have this big trough that's bringing our winter storm to Texas right now, but we have this system off the Pacific Northwest that will end up looking a lot like this in 3 days. In between, we've got the Pacific Northwest with Portland, Oregon under an ice storm warning. We've got winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories for much of the Pacific Northwest and the Northern Rockies, and that is kind of the tail end of Uri and the beginning of Viola. And Portland really taking it on the chin today with that freezing rain and the ice problem. But you can see how there's a little bit of a separation between the snow in Dallas and elsewhere from Uri and the snow in the Pacific Northwest. But again, this energy coming into the Pacific Northwest is going to give us another storm that looks a lot like Uri. Because watch what happens to this color on the map there. That's the low-level spin. And then these white lines are the ridges and the troughs. So we got this big trough with Uri right now. But watch as Viola comes into the Pacific Northwest, and then it dives over the Rockies and into the Southern Plains. So Tuesday and Wednesday, trough over the Southern Plains again, with the colors starting to show up in the system, eventually heading northeastward in a similar manner to Uri. So lots of snow over the next 2 to 3 days over the western half of the country, especially the Rockies. But look at the snowfall footprint from the Euro from Tuesday through Friday. Dallas and OKC and Little Rock all getting substantial snow. Also much of the Ohio Valley and into the Northeast. Now the GFS does take some of the heavy snow out of Dallas, so there's some uncertainty there. But again, a lot of the same folks are going to get snow again. And the other thing I want to highlight is, as the system moves northeastward, and maybe we don't get snow as far south in Texas on this next one, but we're going to get a lot of ice. And it could end up being another ice event, Mike, in Houston, Texas.
It just could be tragic in some of these southern cities. Dr. Knabb, thank you so much for that. The Weather Channel is going to bring you every aspect of this historic winter invasion. We're live until 1 o'clock Eastern time tonight, through the night with our live crews in the field. We're back at the top of the hour with more.
Baby, just to let me down.
Let me down. And mess me around.
And then worst of all,
If you ride, you get it. Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
From the makers of top-selling Super Beets comes new Super Beets Heart Chews, a superfood breakthrough that's bursting with flavor and unique polyphenols that help support healthy blood pressure and circulation so your body can produce more heart-healthy energy.
The chews are so great. Super Beets gets me going. It gets my circulation flowing, and I have that energy all through the day. It's just fantastic. I love it.
When I researched Super Beets, I was impressed by all the science behind the Super Beets chews. It's amazing that something so simple can be this great for my heart.
What makes Super Beets polyphenol so different from other antioxidants? In a leading clinical study, Super Beets polyphenol compound was shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone.
In my 31 years of helping people maintain healthy blood pressure, I've never seen a polyphenol compound this effective. Super Beets antioxidants help support healthy blood pressure and help your body produce more energy.
I never knew how my blood pressure and my blood flow were so connected to my energy level, and now I know. I'm playing tennis longer. I don't get tired after one set. I can totally feel the difference.
Call now and find out how you can get a free 30-day supply of Super Beets Heart Chews plus a free bonus pack of delicious vitamin D3 chews for immune health support. Act now and we'll even include free shipping and free returns, all backed by our 90-day money-back guarantee. That's over $30 in total free gifts. So try Super Beets Chews today.
I love the chews because they're delicious and they're so convenient.
I absolutely love what they do for my energy. My blood pressure is healthy, and my energy level has been phenomenal.
So do something good for your blood pressure and your energy. Love your results or your money back.
Call 1-800-343-2516 or visit superbeetschews.com. That's 1-800-343-2516. Call today.
Have you been thinking about learning a new language? Welcome to Babbel. Created by language experts, Babbel's lessons are built around teaching you real-life conversations.
Salut Finn, tu vas bien?
Oui, je suis à Paris pour le week-end.
With 15 minutes a day, you can start speaking confidently in a few weeks.
Salut Finn, comment ça va?
Très bien, merci. Et toi?
Babbel. Start learning today at babbel.com.
Tonight, a historic winter invasion underway as 2 coast-to-coast storms batter the nation with snow and ice and life-threatening wind chills from Washington State to Washington, D.C., all states in between. We're going to be with you all night to cover every single angle. Our crews are out there live covering it for you, including Jim Cantori, is where we begin in Dallas. Jim.
Mike, we are now seeing the National Weather Service in Fort Worth issuing a wind chill advisory for the first time in their history. Okay, it's a warning. I'm sorry, not an advisory, a warning. But listen to this. We've actually had colder temperatures, but wind chills for a prolonged period, we have not seen that. 14 right now with the wind blowing, it definitely feels like below zero. So bundle up, guys. We're right into this amazing, very dry, light snow here, like you would see certainly in Boston or Minneapolis or Bismarck, North Dakota, not like you would see in Dallas. I mean, it's a powdery snow, and you can even tell by the way that the cars are driving over it. There's enough wind and air being thrown under the car that's blowing the snow to the sides of where the road markers are. Traffic has lightened up a little bit, certainly from what we saw earlier, but the roads, at least here along the Woodall, seem to be okay. All right. Boy, this area I was showing you earlier where we had all the melting where they dropped the salt. That is now snow covered, getting slushy underneath that. And the park is starting to snow up as well. So a wintry scene here in Dallas. We've gotten anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of snow off to our west. So that is what's moving in and through here. Will this be a historic snow for Dallas? We'll have to wait and see. But we don't need much to get into a top snow. You're talking about getting 3-4 inches of snow, and there's a top 5 snowfall. We average 2 inches a year in through here. So far, so good. Folks need to stay home. The problems, of course, will continue into tomorrow. We had a lot of cancellations today, as we would expect, at Love Field and also DFW. 50 to 60+% of the entire fleet, inbound and outbound, canceled. Not surprising. I did see some flights coming into Love a little bit early before this heavy snow got in, but that may change everything. And talking to pilots earlier today, they were like, Jim, the snow is not so bad as long as they can keep up with it. And they have been able to. You know, we had a nice break today, and then the snow's moved in. We'll see what develops, certainly, now that this, snowfall at a half inch to an inch an hour has now moved in toward Dallas here. But we're into this event, and unfortunately, it's going to be here for the next couple of hours at least, and then we'll begin to lighten up a little bit. Hopefully, we certainly won't deal with the problems that they're dealing with in and around Oklahoma City. So you jump up to I-35, and you go up toward Oklahoma City. Temperatures already in the single digits here where Reynolds Wolf is, and we know, Reynolds, with the way this whole thing is working, that air is coming down this way. We will be 2 in the single digits before not too long.
Oh, yeah, and I'll tell you, Jim, it's going to show up with a rudeness, and it's going to stick around for quite a while, showing up for the party. And I'll tell you, right now we have single digits, and we've got sub-zero conditions when the wind picks up, and the wind has been relentless for much of the day. Now, that being said, there is an ebb and a flow to it. You'll have a little bit of a respite, and then you'll have it accelerate. And right where we happen to be in the heart of downtown in Oklahoma City, it will, between these buildings, really pick up at times and really low hampers visibility. But one thing is easy to see, though, the problems we've had out on the roadways. We've got some video for you from Charles Peak and the Weather Channel's Charles Peak that showed just a horrific story that we had along parts of Interstate 44 where traffic's backed up in both locations. Tractor-trailer accident. There were flames for a while. Again, we're still learning about the situation as we make our way minute by minute, hour by hour. But the thing that we want is we don't want to see the situation play out again, but it can easily happen when you have these horrible conditions on the roadways. The roads have been treated, but even with the hard work of the men and women that have been working around the clock to try to keep the roads in great shape, at times nature's going to have its own way, and certainly it's had its way on bridges, overpasses, and a lot of straightaways. So the number one thing you can do, really stay off the roadway if at all possible. That is the advice given by the Oklahoma Department of Transportation. Now, there have been basically all hands on deck when it comes to dealing with this weather situation. All 77 counties around Oklahoma, people doing what they can. But the National Guard has really been helping out considerably, and they have had quite a few Humvees that have been out and about helping people that happen to be stuck on the side of the roads, delivering aid to people who certainly need it. And I'll tell you, if tonight is the night where you feel like you have to go out, I'm telling you, if you get stuck on the side of the road, know that you're going to be dealing with these sub-zero conditions, and you've got to find a way to stay warm. So if that happens, if you don't have a choice in the matter, bring blankets with you, do what you possibly can to stay warm. But really, Mike, truly the best advice, stay locked in place. Yeah. Stay warm at home. Best situation. Let's send it back to you, Mike.
If you're home and you're not traveling, you're not putting yourself at risk. You're home, you've got all your rations, you've got heat. Those are good things. That's for sure. Reynolds, thank you. Reynolds, just grinning and bearing it there in Oklahoma. It is tough tonight. Now, in Galveston, we're very interested in how your conditions are going to play out. You're 37 degrees right now. It's really chilly, but just wet. Although we are going to see our temperatures drop, we're going to see more rain and drizzle, so you're going to have a coating of ice in the morning, and then you're going to have snow. Winter storm warning is in effect all the way to the Texas coast. We don't often say that. Actually, the entire state of Texas is under a winter storm warning. We're looking back through the records. We have not been able to find another instance where the entire state, it's a big state, has been under a winter storm warning. Look at the snow that's coming down for us here. San Antonio, Austin, near Houston, up through the Texarkana area, and then up through maybe a Little Rock, Memphis. Look at that snow. It is impressive. And even this, look at this. If you get a 1 to 3 inch snowfall here in a place like Galveston, that is, at least for the day or two, life-altering. It truly is. You see some pink now here at coastal Texas, indicating where we have some ice. The purple indicates a mix of rain and snow, and then the blue is all snow here. Pretty good band coming through the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex right now, but I-44 between Dallas and Houston, avoid it. All right, Shreveport, let's run through your conditions. The peak of the snow, and it's going to be heavy, comes in overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. Winds could be gusty, 15 to 25 miles per hour. Temperatures will be freezing cold. There's a look at the forecast here through the Arklatex. Most of us get somewhere between 6 and 8 inches of snow. Wouldn't be surprised if some spots maximize, like around Magnolia, double-digit snows. That is truly something you do not see very often. Memphis, heavy snow begins for us likely tomorrow around 7 o'clock and may not end the heavy snow until just after lunchtime. Then after that, it gradually begins to taper. Temperatures are freezing cold. Winds gusting now 20 to 30 miles per hour. Memphis, 8 to 10 inches of snow coming for the metro, where a foot of snow could be possible down toward Oxford or up around Jackson. So I would avoid the I-40, stay off of it, okay? 55, 65 even. These are highways you do not want to be on. So let's talk a little bit more about that cold air getting this far south. And our Dr. Knabb is with us tonight because, Dr. Knabb, you look at these conditions. It's so rare to get this cold air this far south, but it's also so rare to have it last for so long.
Yeah, and I lived in Houston for many years, and I never experienced an event quite like this one. And Houston Metro is kind of divided in half right now. The southeast side, more rain, just a little bit above freezing. The northwest half of the metro, a little bit below freezing, and increasingly getting reports of ice on the roads. Our Felicia Combs is in downtown Houston. So if you look one direction, Felicia, things are a little different than if you look the other direction.
That is certainly right, Dr. Knabb, and that's why it's so important to just stay home, because it might be just fine where you are. It might be light rain. You might still be just above freezing, as we are here in the Houston downtown area, but it does not take many miles to get outside of the right area that we're in downtown, and all of a sudden you're in freezing precip. And it's not just to the north and west, although north and west is where we're seeing most of the issues. We spoke with our contact with Texas DOT, and she told us that they are seeing popping up on the roads problems with icing. They're, of course, staying on it. They're working 24-hour shifts. They've got the brine, and they've got other materials they're putting down to try to give you some traction on the roads. But she's like, we just can't keep up with it all, because it just keeps popping up. Every time we turn around, there's more. So the best advice is to stay home. What blew my mind, though, is it's not just the northwest gradient. We've got wintry mix all the way to Baytown. That is absolutely mind-blowing to me. So there around Galveston Bay, you're seeing that wintry mix coming down in Baytown. So eventually we are going to see this switch over to more of a wintry mix here in downtown Houston. I would say at any given moment, we're done with the rain, and it's going to be wintry mix. You get some of that sleet and get some freezing rain. So that time clock counting down is running out of time, guys, here in Houston. You need to be home, and you need to stay home, because these roads are getting slick. And then another thing is, while we are still a degree above freezing here in downtown Houston, those bridges and those overpasses that Houston is so well known for. You've got bridges and overpasses that are in some places more than 90 feet high. Those are going to freeze faster, because those have more contact with the cooling air, so they're able to lose heat more efficiently. So those bridges and those overpasses are going to get very slick very quickly. So not a time to be out. The temperatures are going to continue to plummet overnight tonight, and then we're going to be below freezing. Once we hit below freezing, later on, I'd say within the next 2 hours or so here in Houston, we're below freezing until Tuesday afternoon. So it's a prolonged period of this cold air. And Dr. Knabb, we just can't stress enough that we probably have some power outages. The roads are going to get icy in some places, so just make sure that you're staying home and keeping safe.
Yeah, our Felicia Combs in downtown Houston. So important that we have the folks on the ground there. She knows from being there that things are starting to spread south and east of downtown. The radar and the observations and the reports we're getting are mostly on the northwest side, but things are changing south and east of downtown Houston, and they're going to be changing in a lot of places. So if it's not icy on your roads yet, from Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, up in Arkansas, it will be changing. I'll show you that in a little bit. And if you have any doubts at all about how treacherous ice can be, I want you to watch what this poor guy went through. It's not just when you get in the car on the roads. All you have to do is walk outside your home, get on the driveway. Those concrete surfaces, those pavement can be slippery. You can get injured just by being out on icy sidewalks or driveways. So please be careful. If at all possible, let's be inside throughout this ice event. And then there might be snow on top of that, all the way from eastern Texas, all the way through much of Louisiana, Mississippi, into Tennessee. And then Mike will tell you about what's going to happen farther up in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. All it takes is a little bit of ice. You don't have to get a quarter-inch or half-inch accumulation to have the slippery conditions that you just saw. And you got this overrunning happening off the Gulf of Mexico, and increasingly we're making the transition from rain to freezing rain to sleet to snow. And so a lot of different places right there at the freezing mark, but it's maybe a little bit warmer aloft, and then things freeze on contact. And let's look in the Houston area. And again, our Felicia Combs reporting how things are starting to slide south and east of downtown. Starting to see that pink show up on the radar. Ellington Airport down to 32 degrees. And Intercontinental reporting icy conditions. Same with Tomball. And I want to show you what's happening on the roads. We talked about Highway 290 north and west of town, Prairie View and Waller getting ice on the roads, accidents being caused. Now we got a direct report here from the Katy area going straight out I-10 from Houston. You get to Highway 99, and if you've been there, you know it's got these big bridges going on the off-ramps and over the interstate. They have closed that interchange, okay? It is closed due to ice, and that's not too far west of Houston. So going through Cinco Ranch and Katy, it is treacherous. And the farther west you go on I-10, the colder it gets. Icy in San Antonio. Look at Corpus Christi. You get a little rain, a little mix, a little sleet, a little freezing rain. It's 31 degrees, and we're getting problems on the road south of San Antonio with emergency managers and DPS vehicles sliding on the ice, responding to an accident. So don't put them in harm's way. Louisiana and Mississippi, very, very treacherous. Mike, Jackson, Mississippi has been getting a lot of issues on the roads. Interstate 55 north of there, a lot of reports of ice and sleet.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, there's a lot more to come on top of what you already have. That's really, really a daunting forecast, unfortunately. I want to show you the next map here that takes it into the Midwest and the Northeast. A lot of winter storm warnings here for big snow here. Also a good bit of ice, too, in similar spots that we just had ice earlier in the week. And that could include up into eastern Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey as well. I want to show you the total forecast for snow here. This is a really serious swath of snow. A big 8 to 12-inch snowfall could happen for us here. That may include Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, then right up into the Northeast, all right? Then a little bit less here. It may mean that we have limited amounts of snow for the I-95 corridor, but we may have ice. And that includes this swath right here. I-81, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, I-95 could all see ice. Really concerned about what may happen, say, between Harrisburg and Philadelphia, New York, Hartford, and Boston, with high confidence of at least a 1/10 of an inch of ice. Now, I know that we have more ability to treat the roads in this part of the country. That's a good thing, but still, when you have this much ice, it's inevitable you're going to encounter rough conditions, especially when you're going through the Appalachians here and it's very hilly terrain. You're going to have issues. Doesn't look like much right now, but you're going to get a little bit of freezing drizzle tonight. Then the bigger event comes in tomorrow morning. There's the snow force here. Cincinnati, just 20 degrees in the morning. Then another band comes in after that. Cincinnati to Columbus to Cleveland to Pittsburgh, all getting heavy snow through the day tomorrow and tomorrow night. And look at this, a lot of rainfall here in places like New York down toward D.C. with temperatures in the upper 30s to right around 40. We'll see how that plays out. But ultimately, Jim, we look at this storm. It has legs, and it is really, set itself there in Texas for this evening.
Unbelievable. It's official. We got our first inch of snow for the year now, Mike Bettis, at DFW, and our first inch of this storm could be 2 to 6 before all is said and done. What is most amazing to me, though, is the actual kind of snow we've got here. Look at this stuff, like pixie dust. This is the kind of stuff you ski on in Colorado or Utah in the winter. So very high, what we call snow to liquid ratios. Probably over 10 to 1, probably about 12, maybe 13 inches of snow, if you will, to 1 inch of water. Either way, again, we are underway here in Dallas. Roads are snow covered everywhere. Unlike we're in Boston, we already see the plows coming on by. That's not the case here, and it's simply because they just don't have enough snow to make plows or have plows here.
Hey, Ratchets, look! I'm you!
Jake from State Farm. You couldn't find a stand-in who looked anything like me?
Have you seen mine? It's like looking in a mirror, right?
Now that one makes sense.
Look, guys, I don't even have a stand-in.
Of course you do.
Hold on. Is that Drake?
That's right. Drake from State Farm.
Like a good neighbor. Like a good neighbor. Stand-ins don't have lines.
Oh, okay.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Every glass of Tropicana Pure Premium Orange Juice has a million little sips of sunshine. It's 100% of your daily vitamin C and 100% delicious, making every moment in the morning brighter. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
Overruled. With the Venture Card, it's every purchase. What's in your wallet?
What's my safe light story? My truck is my livelihood. So when my windshield cracked, the experts at Safelite Auto Glass came right to me with service I could trust. Right, girl?
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Dinner with the Drakes tonight? Alexa, ask Buick to start my Encore GX. Four fillets.
You know this dinner's for their
kids. Thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
The Buick Encore GX. Current eligible non-GM owners get nearly $4,300 purchase allowance on 2020 Buick Encore GX models.
It's a new year, and new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on top appliances like this Samsung kitchen package. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hi, I'm a new customer and I want your best new smartphone deal.
Well, I'm an existing customer and I'd like your best new smartphone deal.
Oh, do you?
Actually, it's for both new and existing customers.
I feel silly, but I do want the fastest 5G network.
Oh, I want the fastest 5G network.
Are we actually doing this again?
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives everyone the same great deal, like the Samsung Galaxy S21 5G for free when you trade in.
We were driving down the interstate.
All of a sudden, we got a flat tire.
It was like, boom.
With 5 kids in the car, where could I go that was going to be safe?
There's a big red Chick-fil-A sign.
I literally said out loud in the car, Chick-fil-A will help us.
I get down to it, make sure that they're fed, change the flat tire, and they rolled on their way.
Christian even said my pleasure as he was changing our tire. We were so appreciative.
I got you guys a little something. I hope you never have to use it. This is just for your car.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
I have type 2 diabetes. I've pricked my finger too many times. My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None.
Yes.
Holy cow. My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
That's a huge victory.
I feel like I'm calling the shots, not my diabetes.
To me, it's all about feeling what the piece of wood in front of me is meant to be. Creating a functional piece that is also beautiful. I know there are others and I want them to find me. I'm Matt and I put myself out there with GoDaddy.
We make it easy for you. You can do your taxes virtually. Snap a pic and leave the rest to me. We make it easy. Experts on your phone. You don't have to leave home. In person or virtually. Bob has your back.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 36 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, a few rain showers this evening, mixing with snow showers overnight. Low 32. Monday, showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High 37. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, rain. Low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road.
You just hope you make it.
It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
We're going back to Mars, and there's so much to explore.
Our understanding of the red planet is about to take its next giant step forward.
NASA's newest rover, Perseverance, is scheduled to land on our neighboring planet.
And we're covering it live here on the Weather Channel.
There are some impressive new bells and whistles on this guy.
Join us Thursday as we follow the descent onto the Martian surface.
This is a new era for NASA and Mars exploration.
You won't want to miss the next phase of America's mission to Mars. Thursday on the Weather Channel.
Well, we go from Mars to what feels like the ice planet Hoth. If you know your science fiction, you know that's Empire Strikes Back. And I'm telling you right now, it does feel like we're in the ice planet, but we're not. We're in Oklahoma City. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and you're watching continued coverage on this winter onslaught. See this vehicle moving right past me, doing so quite slowly. That's the only way to move around. Slow is the way to go, because any other greater speed than that, you're going to go sliding. And certainly we've seen some rough things happen today, especially on parts of Interstate 44. Not far from where we happen to be right at this hour, we had traffic at a standstill in both directions. We had a semi-truck accident. You had a vehicle burst into flames, and everything was brought to a standstill. The one thing that has not really been much of a standstill is the wind. It has been relentless as it's making its way from north to south, and it is bringing just treachery with it. Certainly some chilly times out now, and I can tell you we are going to see the precipitation eventually subside, but we expect to stick around for a bit. Unfortunately, that cold Arctic blast, that cold air is going to stay with us for quite some time. What's amazing is that when you think about the Central Plains and Oklahoma City right here in the middle, the plains, the way it's set up, for the most part, with the exception of the Arbuckle Mountains, it is relatively flat. And with it, you've got the Rockies to the west, you've got the Appalachians to the east. Sure, you've got the Ozarks, but for the most part, again, relatively flat. So there's nothing really to slow down, to impede, to limit the movement of this onslaught of cold air. So we are certainly feeling it during the nighttime hours. We do expect the precipitation we mentioned to drop for a bit, and I would say by the afternoon to the evening hours and to the overnight hours, it's going to stop. But again, cold air is going to set up in place. But then we have another system on its heels. So we might, Mike, see another shot of more snow. Scratch that. My brain's getting a little frozen here. We are definitely going to see more precipitation, Mike, in the second batch of snowstorms coming right on through. It is just the assembly line that shows no sign of letting up, Mike.
You're
Back
right.
to you.
One after another. We may just have Reynolds park it there for the next few days. Reynolds, thank you so much. It's a really, really tough night to be outside. I really applaud our meteorologists who are taking it on the chin tonight. To Seattle we go. The beginnings of Uri hitting the west coast, and in Seattle, about 9 inches of snow, making yesterday the city's 6th snowiest day in history. I mean, just jaw-dropping what happened there. We just don't see that, right? And the cold air down into Ocean Shores, Washington, creating these icicles. Everything is so frozen because the country is so cold right now, right? That's a sight, isn't it? Then the trees in Oregon also icing over for us and then breaking under the weight of the ice and the snow. This in Jennings, Oregon, not far from Portland. They had record snowfall there to go with it, by the way. So let's bring in Dr. Neb, because as Reynolds was mentioning there, Dr. Neb, no rest for the weary, because now we have to watch Winter Storm Viola that comes on the heels of Winter Storm Uri that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, whether it's Texas or the Pacific Northwest, nobody seems to be getting much of a break between these weather systems, and a break is not coming real soon. Got the ice storm warning still in effect till tomorrow morning for Metro Portland, and we got winter storm warnings and some advisories surrounding that all the way through Tuesday morning. A little more snow maybe coming in Seattle, maybe not as much as they just got in the most recent storm. And that is because you are kind of sandwiched between Uri and Viola. If I back out, you can see how you got the snow in Texas and Oklahoma and headed north and east from there. In a little bit of a break over the Rockies, and then you've got kind of what is the front end of our next system that's moving in to the Pacific Northwest, and the trough associated with Uri looks like this, and here is our system that is going to be Viola once it comes on to land, and in 3 days, we're going to have a very similar pattern that we do now with Uri. Watch what happens with Viola as those colors, the low-level spin, come on shore into Seattle tomorrow. And then watch how this system dives down over the Rockies and into the southern plains Tuesday and Wednesday. Does this look familiar? Another really deep cold trough bringing cold air way to the south. Snow and ice for Texas once again. Now, between now and then, a lot of snow for the Rockies and the Cascades, but then watch who gets snow according to the Euro model Tuesday through Friday. A lot of the same cities here in the southern plains, a lot of the same cities in the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. Now, maybe Dallas, if the Euro's right, gets a lot of snow. Maybe if the GFS is right, maybe they don't. But that snow line maybe isn't as far south as with Uri, but look how far south that pink color gets. When we get to Thursday morning, Houston, Texas could be dealing with another round of icy conditions on those roads. Stay with us.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto is a heart failure medicine prescribed by most cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, there's no telling where life may take you. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. And trust your heart to Entresto.
Introducing new Extra Charge coffee at Dunkin', because it's time for a little extra this year. Extra boost, extra kick, so we can get it extra done. New hot and iced Extra Charge coffee with 20% more caffeine. Order ahead plus earn rewards. America runs on Dunkin'.
Trelegy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day.
No matter how you got COPD, it's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling.
Start a new day with Trelegy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. It's time to start a new day. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
I'm David Collado. I chose the Spark Cash Card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. Last year, I redeemed $21,000 in cash back, which I used for new equipment to expand production. What's in your wallet?
It's a new year, and new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on top appliances like this Samsung kitchen package. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Can't believe that Daniel deal you got me on my insurance.
Daniel, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates to everyone.
Sure you do. You want to meet the Queen?
I'm not dressed for that. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and only one thing can make a morning like this any nicer.
A hearty, hefty, good-tasting breakfast with eggs, bacon, sausage, cheese, and taters. And when you finished, you know you had something to eat.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
What a night in Dallas, Texas. We've already had our first inch of snow out of this event. We're going to wind up with anywhere from 3 to 6 inches before all is said and done. Could that be a record? Certainly a top 5 snow event. Looking at it up here for Dallas. And then we drop into the deep freeze. We have our first wind chill warning ever issued by the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. Visibility's behind us, about 3/4 of a mile here. But really what's interesting to me, as bad as the roads were the other day, they're actually not so bad now. These main thoroughfares have actually, gotten so cold, and this snow has got so much air in it that it's just basically being brushed off the roads by the cars that are actually moving at anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour. This is amazing to me. This is like a snow that you would get in Colorado, in Utah, in New England, certainly in the Great Lakes. A very light, fluffy snow, and I think that's making all the difference in the world on the roads. Either way, if you don't have to be out here, please don't. But a winter scene, again, Mike, in and around here as we look at it for you. You just want to spin across the way at the park. We're right across the street here from the Clyde Warren Park, and you can see the lights are starting to come on now, but it is coated everywhere. Our first official inch at Dallas-Fort Worth. More where that came from, friend. Temperatures dropping right now. We're down to 12 and falling. Back to you.
All right, Jim, appreciate the report. And if you just tuned in, Jim shot there. Even just an hour ago, those roads were wet. They weren't snow covered. So now that the snow is really coming down for us, we're having a hard time keeping up with keeping those roads clear. We've got a lot more snow to come, unfortunately. Plenty of snow across Texas, through the Arklatex, eventually right into the Ohio Valley and Northeast. Look at this swath of snow here. 5 to 8 inches with pockets of 8 to 12 going through the Mid-South. This is a crippling snow across Texas and Louisiana, and we even have accumulating snow that goes all the way down to the Texas coast, including Houston to Galveston. Okay, look at the snow. That means we've got so much cold air driving in here. Snow down into Mexico, by the way. I'm concerned about the pink that's now starting to show up here. Corpus Christi, Victoria, toward Houston. That's ice that's happening right now. Icy weather for us here in southern Louisiana, up through central Mississippi, where ice accretion is already being reported there. 29, 30, 25, 27 degrees. All these temperatures are below freezing, meaning the roads are going to be frozen. There's just no way to get around it, unfortunately. These are the temperatures just a couple of hours from now. And then look what happens overnight. Look what happens when you wake up tomorrow morning. I mean, your temperatures here are now solidly below freezing by good almost 10 degrees. And look at these numbers where it already snowed. Now you're down into the single digits. Some of us may be below 0. So the snow that falls in Dallas stays. Road salt's not going to work. It's only effective down to about 15 degrees, so it's not going to work. It just isn't at these temperatures. Then look at the snow. Really light us up here. Little Rock, Memphis, Tupelo, Nashville, Jackson, Louisville, Lexington, Evansville, Paducah, all the way up through Cincinnati. We're getting nailed. Look at this. This is really scary stuff here. A large area of at least 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation with high confidence. And I just want to remind you of what happened 3 days ago in Fort Worth, where we had more than 130 vehicles and a multi-vehicle pileup with about 1/10 of an inch on the highway. This could be just devastating. Not to mention, we've got some pretty good confidence here that we'll get 1/4 of an inch or more in spots. So now we're going to start to think a little bit more about truly impossible travel conditions, and now some power outages. Power outages being reported in Texas right now, then up across the mid-Atlantic from a previous storm. But look at the power outages. The track of Uri kind of goes like this eventually, okay? But we're starting to see them from Oregon, where we had the beginnings of Uri. Now we have Uri here now, and eventually it goes in this direction. Oregon, 237,000 customers without power. Texas, about 77,000 customers without power. We showed you there that the cold air, the ice, the snow's getting down to Houston. Meteorologist Felicia Combs there for us this evening. It's only a matter of time now, Felicia.
Actually, as last check of my app, we are at freezing now here in downtown Houston where we are. And I'll tell you, I've been watching the radar. We're in a little bit of a dry slot right now, but we're still getting some very light precipitation. The wind is picking up, that northerly wind bringing in that Arctic air. Houston area, it's only going down from here. The Woodlands, Katie, you've already seen it, but it's going to continue to fill in. We've got more on this and what you can expect into tomorrow. That's coming up after the break.
What's my Safe Flight story? My truck is my livelihood. So when my windshield cracked, the experts at Safe Flight Auto Glass came right to me. with service I could trust. Right, girl?
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
It's a new year, and new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on top appliances like this Samsung kitchen package. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
We're gonna make it, who say we can. Give it all we got and prove that we can. Together we rise with positive minds, nothing but good vibes. This is what it's like to be. Call your friends and let them know. Appreciate the love they show. Together you're unstoppable. What are you waiting for? Together.
To learn more about Lovesac Sactionals, the world's most adaptable couch, or to schedule a private shopping appointment, visit lovesac.com.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but thought it would be too difficult? Then try Babbel. Babbel starts by teaching you words and phrases that gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations. So in 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking a new language in a few weeks. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. Babbel, language for life. Try it free at babbel.com.
Lose something? Where's your face mask?
Probably in my car.
Somewhere in my kitchen.
He has no idea.
When you need your mask, you want it right where you can find it. Introducing Copperfit Never Lost Face Mask, the new ultra lightweight mask designed with a built-in lanyard that lets you lower your mask and is always right there when you need it.
Sometimes people just walk on you just really quick. You're like, where's my mask at? Yeah. And now it's like, oh, okay, you're coming. I'm ready to go.
I'm like in my purse throwing things around trying to find it. Like, wait, 1 second.
I like that it just hangs right off and then I don't have to worry about losing it, so it's always with me.
Okay, I got my phone, I got my keys. Where's my mask? Oh, it's always with me.
An easy adjustable ear loop design for custom fit and maximum comfort.
I love the adjustable ear loops. It doesn't fall off. It's very secure. I don't feel the straps behind my ears. I've never seen a mask have that.
You're expecting a good mask to be uncomfortable. Constantly like put my fingers back here and like give my ears some relief. But with this mask, I can breathe in it and probably never gonna lose it. It's great.
A triple layer fabric with a durable copper infused outer layer and a soft cotton double inner layer.
This is brilliant. This is now my go-to mask because you don't need to be thinking about it. You just need to wear it.
It's going to blow it out of the water against all other masks.
An adjustable nose clip to help reduce fogging.
You gotta love that.
Never Lost mask is durable, washable, and reusable. Get the mask you will never lose again at buyneverlost.com for only $19.99. Or call 1-800-550-4602. Order now for your entire family, and we'll include 4 lanyard masks for only $19.99.
Why don't all masks have this?
If you want a mask that doesn't give you Mickey Mouse ears and pull your ears right off your face, you want this mask.
You want to simplify your life? Get one of these.
Ask for the original by name, Copperfit Never Lost Mask.
Get your coveralls on. It's just going to get dirty around here.
Let the fun begin.
And the conditions that we've already seen have been bad, but those conditions going to continue to deteriorate as we head through the nighttime with Winter Storm Uri. Welcome back into our continuous coverage, and meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from downtown Houston, where we are officially at freezing now in the metro area. All around Houston, Katy, the Woodlands, we've been at freezing for hours at this point, but we just dropped, and that tells me get ready, guys, because we are going to start to see any precipitation that falls freezing on contact, and it is going to get dangerous on these roads. Now, we have spoken with a representative from Texas DOT, and she did tell us that the roads have been treated, but still, even with the rain that we saw earlier, that could have washed off some of that brine, so please be careful. Your best bet is to stay home. You may notice that the winds are picking up, that Arctic air is moving in, and we're seeing things around Houston that you typically might not see. You can kind of make it out in the background here. You see the white sheets flapping around. Well, that is their effort in protecting the plants from the hard freeze, because we have not only a wind chill warning, a winter storm warning, but also a hard freeze warning in effect through at least Tuesday. These temperatures are going to just continue to plummet. We're going to see temperatures here in Houston that we haven't seen in decades. We're talking about temperatures getting down into the teens by Tuesday morning. This is it. We're down below freezing now, and the temperatures are just going to continue to plummet. You could probably tell that the wind has picked up here, and that is because we've got that cold Arctic wind ushering in that cold air. And you know what, Reynolds? You've been dealing with it for hours at this point, that wintry precip. It's going to continue to build in here in Houston now.
Absolutely. We're about to have it pick up just a bit. It's kind of weird where we happen to be located. When you think about Oklahoma, you think about severe weather, you think about tornadic activity. And where we are right here at this block, right on Park and Broadway, occasionally we have these little vortexes that'll spin up, make their way down the street, and they just bring snow everywhere. Do you want a silver lining? Do you want some good news? Because I do have some good news for you. And that's it. Bear with me. This part of the report comes to you from the ground up. Here's the good news that I have for you. The snowfall that we're getting, very, very light, very dry. And the reason why I bring that up is because you're not going to see a great deal of that way down trees. Okay? So I'm hoping that will help with regard to power outages, that we would not have as much. Say, for example, if we had a heavy, heavy wet snow, I think we might have more issues on power lines and on trees. That being said, though, with this wind, though, we're still going to have power outages. We're still going to have some problems out there, and it is going to be an ordeal. It is going to be just treacherous for people doing the best they can to try to stay warm. Boy, you want to talk about treachery? Check out the conditions of the roadways. This video earlier from Interstate 44. Weather Channel's Charles Peak got this, and the peak he gives us from high above, showing you the situation at ground level is a daunting one, a tough one to see. You got cars, again, just chain reaction of traffic. Semi-truck burst into flames. Traffic was stopped in both parts of 44 going in both directions. People were diverted, and now the idea, folks, is if you can avoid traveling, that is option number one. By all means, do not do so. It is going to be really difficult. Now, let me give you a bit of some other good news. The snowfall that we have, we're going to see that, Mike Bettis, begin to slow down. That's good, right? We want the snow to stop. Well, that's going to stop with the wind, as you're seeing, and I'm feeling right now. That's going to continue for part of the evening hours, and certainly we're going to have more of it tomorrow. So even though the precip is moving out, that cold air is going to set up camp. It is going to stick around in the wind. Still treacherous all the way through Tuesday. Back to you, Mike.
And that's the thing, Reynolds. You know, it just looking at your shot, it feels cold. It gets even colder. You know, you think that tonight is cold. Wait until tomorrow night, and then your day on Tuesday. This is going to be, you know, next to impossible to be outside.
Thanks, Mike. Well, yeah, that's what I consider.
Sorry.
You're absolutely right. No. You bring up a good point, Mike. When you think about people that live here on the Great Plains, so many people, you think about the cattle industry, they do not work in cubicles. They have got to go outside and work with the livestock. There are no off days at all. So you think about the struggles that they are going to have over the next several days, with maybe a bit of a ray of light towards the end of the week as temperatures finally bump up into the 40s by next Saturday and Sunday. But till then, we've got the cold air, and yes, another system that could bring more snowfall to much of the region. Back to you, Mike.
I appreciate it, Reynolds. Not trying to scare folks here. Just want to be realistic. This is air we have not experienced in a very, very long time. You look at the forecast through Tuesday. That's what I was kind of referring to here is look at all these blue dots on this map. These are places where we're likely to experience record cold. It goes all the way down to Brownsville, Texas. All right. I want to look at Oklahoma City. Tuesday morning, 8 degrees below zero is our forecast. Temperatures that we haven't seen truly in decades here. Little Rock will get down to 2. Again, we're going to flirt with 0. We haven't been below 0 since 1989 in Little Rock. Dallas will be 2. The last time we dipped below 5 was back in 1989. So again, you're going back now 3+ decades for us. Austin, 8. You've only been in single digits 8 times in your city's history here. San Antonio will be 11. Most recently that cold in 1989. Single digits just 8 different times since 1885. So could we go to single digits? It's possible for a place like San Antonio. Where's that cold air coming from? Way up here in Canada. A detour through Minnesota, then making a beeline down 35. That brings you an air mass from 3,000 miles away and 11 degrees come Tuesday morning, if that tells you anything. Oh, folks, we want you to stick around. More coverage of the cold temperatures, multiple rounds of snow with Winter Storm Uri and Winter Storm Viola. Back to our teams in the field. More with Dr. Rick Knabb coming up next.
All the dads who aren't exactly sports guys. Narrow it to all the non-sports dads who love watching sports in the rain. With kids who can catch almost everything, especially a cold. That brings us to you. You're the one we made My Walgreens for. An easier way to save, shop, and perhaps catch a break. Introducing My Walgreens. Join and get 30-minute pickup at walgreens.com.
They're first. First to respond. First to put others' lives before their own. And in an emergency, they need a network that puts them first, that connects them to technology, to each other, and to other agencies. That's why AT&T built FirstNet with and for first responders. The Emergency Response Network authorized by Congress. FirstNet, because putting them first is our job.
Who's that? A free TurboTax live tax expert.
Why do you need a tax expert?
His advice is free, and I can file for free.
Is my son still a dependent if he eats my food?
File a simple return for free, now with advice from a TurboTax live expert.
This is Sarah. Sarah shopped for the lowest mortgage rate and chose AmeriSave, the one choice she'll never regret. Unlike buying a do-it-yourself orthodontics kit, or marrying Eddie, who does all the electrical work in their home. Which is also haunted by a trapper named Trevor.
Boo.
But now Sarah's working with AmeriSave and will be saving money for years to come. Way to turn it around, Sarah. Visit AmeriSave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings.
The world needs more love than ever. A new goddess is here to help Cupid and make love shine even brighter. Say hello to Valentina. It's the Valentine's Day gifting event. Get 25% off everything. Zales.
Hey, Paula. Hi, John. I hear your interior design firm has been having some internet issues.
We do a lot of online design consultations and our internet lags. A lot.
It makes for very frustrated clients.
You should switch to Spectrum Business. You get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month. You can add business phone for $19.99 a month.
That is half of what we pay now.
Until they add in the hidden fees.
Spectrum Business has no hidden fees. What you see is what you pay. Call 855-344-4144.
Okay, wait. It has to be reliable.
Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability. And you can add wireless internet backup for constant connectivity, even if the power goes out.
Ooh.
All right, that's impressive.
What's even more impressive is the value. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and add business phone for just $19.99 a month. Call 855-344-4144 today.
It's impossible to think of a place, to picture it in the mind, and not to picture its weather. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 36 degrees, under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, a few rain showers this evening, mixing with snow showers overnight. Low 32. Monday, showers, areas of freezing rain possible. High 37, chance of rain 50%. Monday night, rain, low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And check it out, guys. They are out again as best as they can here in the Dallas area, salting the roads. Just got word now from the National Weather Service. 3 inches at DFW for the day. So we've had 2 inches with this event, and we kind of nickeled and dimed all day with another inch of snow. And of course, it's very, very windy. This is a very light snow. It's a very light snow, and it's drifting around when the wind blows. As a matter of fact, you just kind of look down the road here, and you can see it kind of drifting in front of these headlights. Okay, when the wind kicks up. So it just kind of comes kicking down the road. You can see right here, just drifted. But this is kind of amazing. This is like Arctic fluff. Very, very light snow here in the Dallas area as a result of this. Back to the road, spin the other way, Rodney, if you don't mind. Get out of the way of all the stuff here. You can see what we've got Again, guys, this is the Woodall Rogers Freeway, and you can see the traffic that's heading northbound. The headlights are coming southbound at us, and the snow is so light. I mean, I see this a lot, being from New England, where you have low water content snow, that it just fluffs it on the side of the roads. Traffic here appears to be moving fine. But honestly, if I just came out to you and said, and you guessed where I was tonight, you would probably say like Boston or my boss said Breckenridge, which I thought was perfect because temperatures are dropping down into the teens right now, the low teens, and we're going down into the single digits, much like Reynolds has been dealing with already. So a light snow, we'll have to get to 4.5 inches or higher to crack the top 5 for the single day snow. All right, we're already at 3, so before midnight, if we get there, it's certainly a possibility. And then we look and we focus on the cold. We're talking about single-digit cold coming up over the next couple of nights. Could we get below 0 with a fresh snowpack? Yeah, maybe on Tuesday morning. We'll see, because none of this is going to be melting tomorrow. It's going to stick around in a lot of these areas, especially if we get anywhere for between 3 and 6 inches of snow, which is exactly what we are expecting. Now, we are not out of the woods yet. It's not just going to go away. It's not going to warm up. Wednesday, we're expecting another system with Viola. Dr. Knabb, just kind of looking at the pattern here, the fact that it's locked in, could we see a similar scenario, maybe a tad warmer in Dallas, just looking ahead, kind of broad brush?
Oh, the potential is absolutely there, Mike, because the models are really good at forecasting the overall pattern. And 3 days from now, the overall patterns are going to look very similar over Texas as it does now. Now, there's a little bit of a break between weather systems with Uri down here and Viola up here. And really, this is the business end of Viola. This is kind of the beginnings of it. And when you look at what's going to happen in the models, it's going to bring this Pacific Northwest system down to where Uri is. And in the meantime, we've got problems in Portland, Oregon. We've got an ice storm warning there till tomorrow morning. A lot of snow, especially in the mountains interior. Not as much snow in Seattle as they got over the last few days, but there will be plenty of snow, especially in the mountainous areas in the western half of the country over the next 2 to 3 days as Viola comes in. And then when it gets to the middle of the country with a very similar setup as we have today, starting Tuesday into Wednesday, then we get a very similar snowfall result for a lot of big cities. Now, in a place like Dallas, where Jim is, if the Euro is right, they get several inches of snow. If the GFS is right, maybe a little bit less, but you get a lot more up in Oklahoma and Arkansas. So still some details to be worked out. Every weather system is a little bit different, but other places that get snow this time are going to get it with Viola. And the other thing I wanted to highlight here is it's not just about the snow. We always hear with this pink showing up on the map, freezing rain and ice starting Wednesday morning in portions of Texas that are getting the frozen precip today. And then that goes through portions of Louisiana, Mississippi that are getting the freezing rain and sleet today. And then that goes up into Tennessee. Now look at this. On the backside of Viola, as the coastal low comes out of the Gulf of Mexico, we could have another round of brief freezing rain and sleet going through a place like Houston, Texas. So Tuesday night and Wednesday night could go below freezing with rain. There could be freezing rain. Even if you go above freezing during the day, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, you could go back below freezing and have more ice on those roads. And then when the system goes north and east, a lot of other cities that are getting snow out of Europe are going to get it again. So a place like Indianapolis, it's going to be a long stretch of cold and a lot more snow to go. And this system could be a bit of a nor'easter. Again, we always have to watch what the exact track of this will be, but it looks like at the moment that the track will be such that the I-95 corridor is not the focus of the snow, but again, could get a little bit of ice on those roads, Mike.
Here we go again. Dr. Knabb, it's just going to be one after another. Thank you so much for that update. And the Weather Channel is going to be with you every step of the way for this historic winter invasion with back-to-back storms here live through the night tonight. And our live crews bringing you the latest on the storms and the information as it happens. Stay with us for continuing coverage at the top of the hour.
New to the breakfast battle, Chocolatey Life cereal. 24 grams of whole grains and chocolatey victory. Mikey likes it.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo,
I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Between sudden snowfalls, slick ice, and freezing temperatures, winter can be pretty unpredictable. But the one thing you can predict is that the legendary capability of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever, can handle it all. Jeep Grand Cherokee, there's only one.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on select 2021 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
I feel bad for kicking your seat on purpose.
I'm sorry for mansplaining. That's when a man...
I know what it is. We should have just told you it's a boy.
I wish you didn't have to hear all that.
Sorry I called you Karen.
That's my name.
Sorry your name is Karen.
I promise I will not eat any more of your friends.
Really?
Okay, it might happen one more time.
It's a new year, and new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on top appliances like this Samsung kitchen package. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
The Lexus ES, now available with all-wheel drive.
This rain is bananas.
Lease the 2021 ES250 all-wheel drive for $349 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Do you have dry, cracked hands from constant washing, cold weather, and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Right now, a historic winter invasion underway. 2 coast-to-coast storms batter the nation with ice, snow, and life-threatening wind chills. From the west coast to the east coast to the deep south, we're here with you through the night to cover each and every angle. We're going to begin our live team coverage with Jim Cantore in Dallas, where, Jim, the conditions have changed dramatically this evening.
Holy smoke, Mike. About the time the sun goes down, here comes the snow. It comes into the wall. We've already had 2 inches in the last hour, according to Dallas-Fort Worth. Actually, the last 2 hours. Okay, so 3 for the day. We got to get to 4.5 to give it us a top 5 snowfall. But, I mean, when you look at the kind of snow here, I mean, this is just amazing. This is like Arctic fluff. This is amazing to me, the consistency of the snow that's coming down. And when the wind kicks up, which it's been doing, you can see where it's kind of drifted around the corner through here. Every once in a while, you'll see the snow just kind of blow across the street. So a very light, a very powdery snow. And if there's one little saving grace there with these kind of snow totals, the fact that we have such light snow here, we're probably not going to see a lot of power outages, even though there are upwards of about 78,000 customers without power across the state of Texas right now. All right. So, wind chills, they're bad. For the first time ever, the National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a wind chill warning. They've never done that. They've had advisories before, but to go to warning stage that's going to last through Tuesday afternoon is a really big deal. Okay, so we are getting colder. We're dropping into the low teens. We were 12 at last check. Could be colder because now we're at the top of a new hour. But we've got 3 new inches of snow on the ground at Dallas-Fort Worth. And you can see from the radar here, okay, check this out. It is coming in, maybe even a little bit heavier. So we're going to add to these totals here pretty quickly here. I want to take you back, though, to when the snow started, because we were really watching the Woodall Freeway, okay? And just kind of seeing how, clear it was, essentially. Did a nice job, frankly. Think about it. You got 30 plows to deal with a major city like Dallas. And at some point they caught up to it. But when the snow started coming down like this, boom, it just covered everything in such a hurry. And that's the problem in through here. Again, guys, before all is said and done, 2 to 6 inches. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we topped into the top 5 here, Mike, getting it to 4.5 inches. I think that's going to be pretty easy. But everything, again, is a field of white. And this snow isn't going anywhere. We're going to stay in the deep freeze for the next couple of days. Do we get in the single digits or below 0 on Tuesday morning? That will be an interesting thing to watch, because we have never been in the last several years, since the 80s, down below 0 temperature-wise. And it's only happened 3 other times in the history of Dallas. All right, an area that's definitely going below 0. Heck, it could be tonight. That's going to be Oklahoma City. That's where we find our Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, give us the latest on the situation there. I mean, aren't you amazed, buddy, at how light this snow is, how fluffy the snow is? I mean, this is incredible to me.
I'm telling you, it is quite beautiful. I mean, it is like a powder, like a champagne powder, but at the same time, I mean, I got to tell you, it is something that's not sticking. I'll tell you that's one thing. Hey guys, you need to go on through. It's your town, not mine. Got some folks that are working their way on through. Come on, go ahead. There you go. Hey, you bet, no problem. Cold night, go get something warmer on. Come on. Goodness gracious, certainly a chilly night that we have here in Oklahoma City. Temperatures in the single digits, but I'll tell you, we're headed for sub-zero when you have that wind that picks up. And that is certainly what we've had here at this spot, the intersection of Broadway Avenue and Park Avenue. My goodness, they certainly have had their share of winter weather here in Oklahoma City, but a storm that brings with it this kind of cold air, that is something that is a bit of a novelty. Now, one thing it's hard to see, well, obviously me at times because the wind has been picking up, but one thing you might be able to get a gander at is some of the plows you see out and about. They have been working nonstop around the city. So many men and women on the roadways. You've also had National Guard that's been out and about trying to help people on the roadways in case they get stuck. One thing you could do to certainly help out the cause is do not travel at all. Maybe the best way to travel, the safest way, would be on foot, like you saw our friends that just walked in front of the camera a short while ago. But I'll tell you, really, the thing that's been the interrupter, really, Mike, has been the cold air. That's been the big treacherous thing, and that's going to be sticking around for some time to come. By the time we're back on tomorrow, we do expect the snow to be, at least in terms of precipitation, that's going to be gone. The snow itself, though, is still going to be on the ground, obviously, Mike. And the cold air, well, that's going to be sticking around, too. But the thing to remember is that upstream, we've got another system on the way, bringing with it more snow. Back to you, Mike.
It just seems this is going to be one of the longest weather weeks of Oklahomans' lives.
Yes.
I mean, it's going to be rough. Reynolds, thank you. I know it's been rough this evening. And, our meteorologist standing out there in the elements just to show you exactly how bad it is, right? We want to keep you up to date on what we know right now with Winter Storm Uri. 43 of the lower 48 states have some sort of winter weather alert. A portion of Oklahoma City Turnpike, the Turner Turnpike, closed. I-44, that's because of a multi-vehicle pileup there. Numerous injuries. No word on when that interstate will reopen. Storm's going to stretch, Uri that is, into the Northeast. New York Governor Cuomo now directing state agencies to prepare for an emergency response. It's a lot of times we show you, images like this. And you can see when these jackknife tractor trailers get sideways, they block all the lanes, don't they? That's Jackson, Mississippi, icy roads and a jackknife truck. And you can tell it's icy because look at the skid marks that the trailer and the truck left there. So it's gone through a little bit of snow and ice there. So obviously really slick conditions now in Jackson, Mississippi. And the key is it's 25 degrees. So everything that falls will end up sticking and freezing. Just rough. Again, right there, you see the skid marks there, so it's gone through something icy. And everyone just kind of crawling, trying to get around. Be careful. Be careful, please. This is going to be a really nasty night tonight and a really nasty morning tomorrow. I'm hoping you can telecommute tomorrow, work from home tomorrow, because you do not want to be on these roadways, even in the deep south. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, we're getting the snow and we're getting the ice. So let's run through this for you because it doesn't just stop across the south where we're getting hit hard tonight. It goes all the way into the Northeast through the day tomorrow. So a lot of places with winter storm warnings in effect here. Finally, we broke away from the winter storm warning there in in Amarillo. So no longer the entire state of Texas under winter storm warning, which it was previously, but you can see how far they reach at this point. How much snow is still to come? A ton. This is a big deal. This area of 5 to 8 inches of snow is a very big deal. From the hill country of Texas, Houston, the Arklatex here, through the Buckeye State and beyond. Look at that snow. Really heavy bands coming through Dallas. And Jim's right there in Dallas. Another band's going to swing on through. A couple more inches to go here. Concerned about the pink you see on the map here down in coastal Texas. That's ice that's happening for us right now as temperatures just keep dropping and dropping and dropping. They'll do it all the way to the coast. Shreveport, the heavier snow begins for us tonight. You'll get moderate to heavy snow likely through the morning. Winds will be gusty, 15 to 25 miles per hour with temperatures in the 20s. 7 to 8 inches of snow is our forecast in Shreveport. Just off the top of your head, how long have you lived in Shreveport? Those of you watching us right now, when's the last time you remember that kind of snow? It has been a while, right? They happen so infrequently. For Memphis, moderate to heavy snow begins tomorrow morning, likely lasts to at least lunchtime. Winds 20 to 30 miles per hour with temperatures in the 20s. Memphis, when's the last time we were really forecasting something like a 10-inch snow? Again, doesn't happen every day. This is going to be really, really treacherous weather for us here. Dr. Knabb, you've been following this, with me on Weather Underground for days now. We could see it coming, but now to see it coming to fruition, boy, it just gets more disturbing by the minute, it seems like.
Yeah, and it gets more alarming by the minute the more we hear about issues on the roads in a place like Houston, Texas, where our Felicia Combs is. And Felicia, I know you've got some folks you're talking to that are directly responsible for keeping people safe. What are they telling you tonight?
They're telling us this could be something like we've never seen before. This is an important message that we have going out to not take this lightly. I'm still seeing too many people out and about because we have reached that threshold of being at the freezing mark here in downtown Houston. It's only going to get worse from here. So I want to bring in Chief Acevedo with the Houston Police Department. Tell me a little bit about what you're seeing so far. I know you said so far in the city, not so many problems, but once you get outside of the city, we're really seeing more issues.
Where we're starting to see crashes in the north side of the city and the west side, western side of the city, and quite frankly, with this wind that's coming up right now, and this wind chill and this wetness, people need to get home. It's going to be a really ugly night and not a night to be out on the streets.
So are you expecting those problems that you're seeing just outside of the city just to continue spreading throughout the overnight, and people just need to stay hunkered down?
Well, hey, people need to hunker down. I mean, we expect all of our roadways, not just in elevated roadways, to start freezing. They're already starting to freeze. And for Houstonians and people that were here a couple of years ago, where we had hundreds of crashes, and it was primarily just nothing compared to this. This is much worse, so it's critical for people just to stay home, hunker down, and wait till the weather clears.
And one of the things that you pointed out that people might not be thinking about, if you have to go out for some reason, which of course we're again urging you to not go out, and we have these power outages that are looking likely, there are some different traffic rules you want to make sure you remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important people realize there are going to be rolling blackouts. That is actually part of the plan from the electric grid. And if you come up to an intersection with the stoplights and the traffic lights are out, it becomes an automatic four-way stop sign. So treat it as a stop sign, slow down, but most importantly, stay home. Don't be out here unless you have to be out here.
Are you guys stepping up any sort of special amount of people out in the streets to watch for people? Yeah, we're on a tactical alert. We have all hands on deck. All officers, including detectives, are in uniform. We've adjusted our shifts. But at the end of the day, what we need is for people to stay home, because I can tell you, if everyone treats tonight and tomorrow into Tuesday as a regular day, we won't have enough to deal with what will be happening in terms of crashes. We've already seen them all around the country. People are dying, and we don't need that tragedy here in Houston. Oh, yeah, no, the best bet is to just stay home. So let's say that someone does have to head out, an emergency or something of that nature. What would be your advice before they head out around the Houston area?
Well, first of all, make sure that you're warm properly. You're dressed properly for the elements. Secondly, take your time. Slow, slow, slow. Remember, if you start hydroplaning, losing traction, do not hit your brakes. Get off the gas and wait until you start hopefully catching a traction. But keep big distances between vehicles, slow way down, and just in case you end up getting in a crash, you want to make sure you're bundled up so you don't sadly die from these elements that's so cold out here tonight.
Oh yeah, also things that you have to consider when we're talking about temperatures dropping down into the teens. Chief Acevedo, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And of course, all great advice there, but we want to avoid all of that. We don't want to have to deal with the crashes or the first responders having to risk their lives and come out to save you if you're out. So please, please, please just stay home. Conditions are only going to continue to deteriorate from here in the Houston area. Dr. Knabb, it could really be a dangerous situation if people aren't taking heed of the advice that we're giving out.
Absolutely right, Felicia. And we have had reports around the country that dealing with the ice and snow of emergency responders sliding around, getting to an accident scene. So keep yourself safe, and you can keep responders safe as well. Folks like Chief Acevedo need to stay safe as well. Look at this huge area with a medium to high confidence that we're going to get at least 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation, and that is all it takes. Even less than that can cause roads to be in a life-threatening manner, dangerous to get out on, all the way from much of Texas up into Tennessee. And Mike will tell you about what's going to happen north and east of there as we get the overrunning of the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico over that cold air that is pouring into Texas and Louisiana. So you get that moisture aloft with it's a little bit above freezing, falls into the air in this zone that's right at freezing or right below freezing just as it gets to the surface. That's why we're getting freezing on contact in a lot of these areas. And some places are making the transition to sleet, and then it's all snow. The farther you go west and north from Houston, the colder it gets. But in Houston proper, we got temperatures right there above freezing. Combination of the wind and the ice and so many issues, widespread power outages in a lot of the metro areas there in southern and eastern Texas. And we've got a lot of reports of closed roads due to even just a little bit of ice accumulation. There's that 1/10 of an inch there northeast of San Antonio. Now, going into Houston itself, again, temperatures at or just above freezing south and east of town, at or just below freezing north and west of town. But look at Intercontinental reporting icy conditions. And look at these conditions on the roads. Here we've got in Beasley, road closed due to ice on the bridge, and I-10 near Katy, where Highway 99 and the Cane Island Parkway meet. That's bad news. And Mike, it is icy in Corpus Christi, Texas right now, in addition to north and east from there in Louisiana, Mississippi, and northwestern Alabama.
Dr. Knabb, I want to ask you real quick. I know you lived in this area for a while. You've talked a lot to these folks, these emergency managers, as your role as director of the Hurricane Center. How equipped are they to deal with winter weather in places like Houston?
Oh, it's nothing like what you would have farther north, and that's why the chief is pleading with people to stay off the roads. And also, Mike, it's the problem this evening is mostly the ice accumulation, and it's really difficult to treat the roads and prevent ice accumulation, especially on those elevated surfaces. And Houston has a lot of these flyovers and interchanges where the bridges, like we saw in Fort Worth, are getting cooled from above and below. Treatment of the roads just can't keep up with that kind of thing, and they just got to keep people off the roads.
You know, I see we're looking at the 610 West Loop there. I still see a decent amount of cars on the roads, and we now dropped to 32, so now it's going to get dangerous.
I really hope that the number of headlights that we see on the road starts to decrease really quickly, because it's not going to get any better anytime soon. We're going to be below freezing in Houston for the next couple of days.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you very much for that. Let's take you back to Dallas. Jim Cantore is there. Jim, it just keeps getting worse by the minute here. Update us on what's going on there in Dallas. And I'm fearful of this next band that comes in after this one's going to put down a couple more inches too.
I see that, Mike. We're going to crack a top 5 daily snowfall here. We got to get to, basically 5 inches, 4.5 or better, and we get into a top 5 daily snowfall here in Dallas. Unbelievable. And what's just amazing about this event is you'd think, parts of Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma would borrow equipment from other states. They can't do that because there's so much real estate that's under these winter storm warnings and expecting these horrible conditions. Guys, stay home. Let it go through. Please be safe.
One of the worst things about a cold sore is how it can make you feel. But when used at the first sign, Abreva can get you back to being you in just 2.5 days. Be kinder to yourself and tougher on your cold sores.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip Hop Group Tag Team to help you plan dessert?
French vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop shakalaka, 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 shaka, scoop shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Ready, set, go. Live big in the larger-than-life SUVs from GMC. The GMC Acadia, Terrain, and all-new Yukon. Current eligible non-GM owners get $5,000 purchase allowance on most 2021 Acadia models. We are professional-grade GMC.
No. We're making breakfast.
Yes, Chef. Chef behind? Thank you, Chef. Breakfast service is a wrap. Is your sous chef a busser, too?
Get your wins where you can. Lego with Eggo.
Winter brings most of us indoors, and our floors have to work harder to keep up with all the things we're doing. It's why LL Flooring is having the biggest sale of the season, so that we can take advantage of every single space in our homes on floors that can handle it all season long, and many more. These are the floors homes are built on. LL Flooring.
What if sun-made raisins were just the beginning? A naturally sweet start to a world of delicious flavors like sour candy and s'mores. All from Sun-Made, and all made with whole fruit. Imagine that!
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
I hated sticking my fingers. Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number.
Wow.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
That's a huge victory.
It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Save up to $500 on our top-rated brands like Sealy and more. Plus, get a free adjustable base when you spend $699 on Sealy. Or save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. Only at Mattress Firm.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 35 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late, low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, showers, areas of freezing rain possible, high 37. Chance of rain 40%. Monday night, rain, low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful. There's lots of things that can go wrong.
Come on, just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
We're going back to Mars, and there's so much to explore.
Our understanding of the red planet is about to take its next giant step forward.
NASA's newest rover, Perseverance, is scheduled to land on our neighboring planet.
And we're covering it live here on the Weather Channel.
There are some impressive new bells and whistles on this guy.
Join us Thursday as we follow the descent onto the Martian surface.
This is a new era for NASA and Mars exploration.
You won't want to miss the next phase of America's mission to Mars. Thursday on the Weather Channel.
Well, we go from the topic of Mars to the Earth, and right now planet Earth, at least here in Oklahoma City, feels otherworldly. No doubt about it. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Reynolds Wolf Cody from Oklahoma City. This fine town is home to roughly 500,000 people in the metro. Well, actually here in the city, in the metro area, the number jumps up considerably to 1.6 million people. But then you've got 77 counties here in Oklahoma, this fine state. I'll tell you, there are a lot of great folks and a lot of people that are weather savvy across America. But people here in Oklahoma truly know their weather. But I'll tell you, even this batch of weather has gotten a lot of people scratching their heads, wondering, my gosh, have all these components ever come together? Obviously, they've had snowstorms. You think back at the blizzard of 2011. You had the snowstorm of Christmas Eve in 2009. Those were big snowmakers. They truly were. But they didn't have this kind of cold air. Nothing this brutal. Nothing this just treacherous. And that certainly is what we're dealing with this evening. The wind has been something there's been a bit of an ebb and a flow to it. But the main component that has been a constant throughout much of the day has been the cold air. And we do expect the precipitation to stop, but the wind is going to stick around for a bit. But the cold air, that is going to be a major player for days to come. So, again, what precipitation that we do have out there, anything it sticks to, is going to create that veneer of ice. And already we've had problems on parts of 44. Charles Peak had some video for us earlier. You see this other sort of video that shows the story from ground level, and it is awful to see. Again, you had pileups on 44, both directions. Traffic came to a complete standstill. At times, law enforcement was making people just turn around and go back the way they came, because going forward, there was not just there was an option, it was an impossibility. But now the idea is that if you can avoid travel, that is option number one. Stay at home, stay warm. It's Valentine's, obviously. So if you have the ability to curl up and stay warm, watch the Weather Channel, hey, that's option number one. But travel, not exactly the best of ideas, Mike. Again, staying at home, dropping anchor, taking it easy, that's the rule.
I'm with you. You just sit at home on the couch with a blanket, a hot cup of chocolate, and you're watching Reynolds, take one for the team tonight. Reynolds, really appreciate being out there in those elements. Those elements are not easy, my friend. I know it. So thank you so much. Let's show you what's going on here, folks, with the rest of the storm, where it started, how it all began here, because in the Pacific Northwest, Happy Valley, Oregon, look at the ice that just accumulated on the trees here, weighing them down. A lot of tree branches were snapped, power lines that were taken out. More than 250,000 customers in Oregon are still without power at this point. That was the beginning of Uri. Now we see it rearing its ugly head here in the middle of the country. Saw a ton of snow too, by the way. There are a lot of places across the Northwest that had more snow than they've seen in a long time. Seattle picked up 9 inches of snow here, Dr. Nab, in about the last 24 plus hours, one of their biggest snows in city history. Viola is next, though, and this one may take a very similar track to Uri, which is just bad news, 2 back-to-back storms.
Yeah, so more bad weather for the Pacific Northwest over the next couple of days, and then a very similar setup about 3 days from now, as we're seeing right now with Uri, with this kind of trough. But if we look at what's going on out in the Pacific Northwest, this system is about to dive down and look a lot like this on Tuesday night into Wednesday. So a lot more winter weather coming to Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas and Louisiana and northeastward from there. In the meantime, our friends in the Portland metro area really taking it on the chin today with ice accumulation, freezing rain, especially in the northern and eastern parts of the metro area, where we could get another a third to half to 2/3 of an inch of ice accumulation, tree damage, power outages possible. The southern and western parts of the area, probably not a whole lot more ice accumulation, but ice storm warning from Portland after having gotten a lot of snow earlier over the past week. And mostly the winter storm warnings are in the mountainous areas, but there will be plenty more snow through Tuesday as Viola comes on shore. And then we got to talk about what happens once it reaches the southern plains. Tuesday through Friday, the area is getting snow with Uri right now. A lot of you will get snow with Viola as well. Now, there are some differences in the model. So if you look at Dallas, the Euro paints a picture of several inches of snow. The GFS maybe leaves you out, but really hammers Oklahoma City and Little Rock. But in general, it's a very similar path of the snow and the ice. Look at the pink showing up in Texas on Wednesday morning. That could be freezing rain and sleet that lasts all the way into maybe Thursday morning, maybe in a place like Houston and going into Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, like we're seeing happen tonight. So Houston, I would love to tell you that once Uri is out of the picture in a couple days, that's it. But even though we're going to go above freezing on Tuesday as Uri leaves, we're going to have icy conditions with going below freezing Tuesday night and Wednesday night. And then, my goodness, look at all the snow and ice we're going to get in Ohio Valley, the Mid-Atlantic, and the Northeast. Now, the snow in Texas getting a lot heavier. Does that include you? Stay with us.
Here you go. Let me help you.
Hi, Mr. Charles. We made you dinner.
Oh, thank you.
Ready to eat?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where new normals are created and where you watch them grow up. Here, simple whole grains are easy to enjoy. So grab life by the spoon or cup and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, you guys.
Hi.
It's time to lean on each other.
All of you guys, so much great support.
And laugh with each other.
Cheers.
Let's do it together with caregiving chats and more. Come find us at aarp.org/near you. Your dry skin story changes from one day to the next. Try Eucerin Advanced Repair and switch, like 94% of people who said they would too. Recommended by dermatologists, it doubles your skin's moisture and repairs dry skin over time.
It's a new year, and new appliances can welcome family recipes, shorten laundry days, and keep the season fresh. Right now, they can also help you save on top appliances like this Samsung kitchen package. Now from the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
Every glass of Tropicana Pure Premium Orange Juice has a million little sips of sunshine. It's 100% of your daily vitamin C and 100% delicious, making every moment in the morning brighter. Tropicana. Sip your sunshine.
I'm David Collado. I chose the Smart Cash Card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. Last year, I redeemed $21,000 in cash back, which I used for new equipment to expand production. What's in your wallet?
It's impossible to think of a place, to picture it in the mind, and not to picture its weather. Seattle, Washington. London, England. Los Angeles, California. See what I mean? Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
We have entered the single digits in the Metroplex. Meacham is at 9 right now. Love Field is at 12, and DFW at 10 degrees. What we're watching, too, at DFW is the snow amounts, okay? If we get to 4.6 inches for the day, that will be a top 5 single-day snowfall for Dallas-Fort Worth, and we can get there. It's coming down right now. We're between a half mile and 3/4 mile visibility, but if you're just joining us tonight, you've got Colorado snow in Dallas, Texas. Light, fluffy snow, hardly little water content. Now, we still have power outages across the state of Texas. All right, there's about 110,000 customers without power right now. And that's not a good thing because it is bitterly cold. Cold temperatures have made their way all the way to the seacoast, and it's only getting colder as we go on in time. You see what Reynolds is dealing with in Oklahoma City. That is all dropping south. But we're going to continue to go down. We're going to have a very tough time getting out of the low to mid-teens tomorrow in this area. And then Tuesday morning will be really interesting. Do we go below zero for only the 4th time in history for Dallas? That's the million-dollar question. Either way, right now it's the snow we're dealing with. There is a considerable amount of traffic out and through here, but what's really interesting about this type of snow and the fact that we've refrigerated down the roads for a couple of days, I'm not usually when we're out here covering a snow event, especially in a wet, slushy snow, you'll hear cars slipping and sliding. You'll just kind of hear that off in the distance. I really haven't heard that at all. That's not to say come out, okay? I'm not doing that at all. You need to stay home. But the folks that are out here, probably for essential reasons more than likely, don't seem to be having too much of a problem. Plus, I got to hand it. Think about it. You're a city in Dallas. Dallas is a huge city. Millions and millions of people. And you have 30 pieces of snow removal and salting equipment that you got to get out here and get these roads ready. They did an amazing job for what they had. And they couldn't call on other counties and other parts of the state to get help because of the fact that everybody needs all the equipment they can get. All right, we still got a long night ahead of us here and also downstate as well on the southeast coast. It's going to be amazing to watch what happens in Houston tomorrow morning, Mike. There's a lot of dynamic energy there. It looks like thunder and lightning will accompany what type of precip they're going to have, whether it be freezing rain or even sleet. So a wild night, certainly promising for our folks down in Houston.
Jim, you said 30 pieces of equipment for the Metro.
That's it.
I was trying to do some quick math in my head there. That works out to something like one truck per every 350,000 people. So
there you go.
Wow.
There you go. And miles and miles of roads.
Yeah. We drive everywhere in Dallas. It's just the way it is. Jim, thank you. Great reporting from Jim, and the conditions there have changed dramatically since he first started his reports a couple of hours ago. Got a lot more snow to come, unfortunately. We've got another big band that's going to come through Dallas-Fort Worth, but Winter Storm Uri is going to crush us here. San Antonio to near Houston, Tyler, Austin, up into, say, Texarkana, Shreveport. Look at this big snow that falls for us in the Mid-South. 8 inches to a foot of snow is coming down for you here. Are you ready for that? Not to mention the ice. And we've got this mix to ice here right near the coast even. But look at this little pivot of snow that's going to come through here in Texas. I mean, Dallas, we're getting this little band back here still to come through. And then watch this all fill in here as it pushes its way up through, say, Arkansas. Houston, later on tonight, we're down at below freezing. Alexandria will be 25. Dallas will be at 11 degrees, but we're going down single digits. They're going to be really, really cold tonight. And look at the snow. It goes all the way down here to the Texas coast. So you're probably going to get a little bit of ice around Houston and Galveston. Then it's going to go over to some snow on top of that. Look at this. Ice in Baton Rouge and now very close to Lake Pontchartrain. Talking close to New Orleans, we've got the icy weather up through, say, Hattiesburg and Jackson, up through Nashville, and just about everyone ends with snow. A really tough winter storm through the night and through the day tomorrow. So let's take it down to Houston. Felicia Combs is there for us tonight. We just showed the forecast there, Felicia. It's pretty ominous considering how far south Houston is.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? I think ominous might be the best word for it. And it is officially, we are in it now. We've been waiting for those temperatures to drop below freezing in the Houston metro. Certainly Katy, the Woodlands, Jersey Village have been in that wintry precip. But we officially have wintry precip falling in downtown Houston right now. We are in the thick of sleet, freezing rain becoming a problem, accidents becoming a problem. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Their love keeps you centered. This Valentine's Day, tell them with a gift from the Center of Me collection. Exclusively at Kay.
One of the worst things about a cold sore is how it can make you feel. But when used at the first sign, Abreva can get you back to being you in just 2.5 days. Be kinder to yourself and tougher on your cold sores.
At Lowe's, every weekend is a holiday weekend with big savings on home appliances. From what you need to what you want. Save with special values and free delivery on appliances $2.99 or more. There's no better day than today to shop appliances at Lowe's.
An after-school pickup that doesn't let her down. Warming their hearts in the middle of a blizzard. Playing welcome wagon to your favorite person on earth. Never missing a single goal. Despite the weather, despite the storms, Bosch high-performance windshield wipers handle the harshest conditions to help you reach life's important moments. See what matters most with Bosch.
Starbucks Creamer and non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
Lean Cuisine. What you want, how you want it. Lean Cuisine crave-worthy comfort food. All 400 calories or less. Your goals in your control. You rule. Lean Cuisine.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a side of ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Perrier, the original spark.
I feel golden. I feel like glitter on my shoulders. I feel golden. I feel like,
Perrier. Boldly refreshing since 1863.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and only one thing can make a morning like this any nicer.
A hearty, hefty,
good-tasting breakfast with eggs, bacon, sausage, cheese, and taters. And when you finish, you know you had something to eat.
Obsession has many names. This is ours, the new Lexus IS. All in on the sports sedan.
Lease the 2021 IS 300 for $359 a month for 39 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Get your coveralls on, because it's going to get dirty around here.
Let the fun begin.
And we are officially in the thick of it. We've been talking about this all day here in the Houston metro area when the temperatures finally fell down below freezing and we had that wintry precip and that possibility for the freezing rain issues. And we are now in it here in Houston, and we will not be back above freezing until Tuesday afternoon. So we've got all night tonight, all day Monday, and into Tuesday. We spoke with the Chief Acevedo of the Houston Police Department a little earlier in this hour, and he said that they were seeing quite a few accident reports out around Katy, northwest of the downtown metro area. But as he was leaving a few minutes ago, he said they're starting to see the accidents closer to the Houston metro area ticking up now, because we have started to see that winter precipitation moving in. You can see it falling here. Tiny little sleet pellets right now. Freezing rain is going to end up being the issue, though. We are going to have these surfaces that are at freezing. Anything that falls as liquid is going to freeze on contact, and even a tiny glaze of ice can cause issues that we've already started to see. So as we head through the night time tonight here in Houston, the temperatures are going to continue to plummet. We have a wind chill warning that's in effect. We have a winter storm warning, as well as a hard freeze warning. Those temperatures are going to be colder than they have been in more than 30 years by Tuesday morning. And then you factor in the wind chill, it's going to feel even colder than that. We're in for the long haul here. I hope everyone is getting home, and staying safe, at least until we can get back up above freezing. Reynolds.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's going to be a brutal night for so many people. You know, folks, I hope you heard what Felicia was talking about. What's weird is it's such an anomaly to deal with those kind of conditions in parts of extreme South Texas. Here in Oklahoma City, not unusual at all to deal with snow, right? But dealing with this kind of Arctic air, that is something that does not happen every day. But it is going to be one of those situations where if you can avoid getting out and about, by all means, do not get out. We've actually seen some people, I would hamper to guess they may actually have been joyriding, kind of going out around and kind of checking out the community. And I understand the curiosity, I truly do. But when you see what happened along parts of Interstate 44 today, we had bad accident there, traffic blocked in both directions. Again, horrible situation. We're trying to avoid that if at all possible. If you don't have to get about, best option is to stay at home. But I will tell you, it has been just relentless. This blast of cold air that has tumbled its way from again, way up north and made its way all the way down to the water's edge of the Gulf Coast. And right now in the bullseye of the Great Plains, beautiful Oklahoma City, weather not so beautiful this night. Well, I can tell you, it may look aesthetically pretty with the snow coming down, but the way it feels, Mike, man, it is definitely, it'll take the air out of you. It sure will. Let's send it back to you.
Reynolds, thank you so much. Certainly do not envy the position you're in tonight reporting from those conditions. Reynolds, thank you very, very much. We know that we've got winter storm warnings in effect across so many parts of the South, including almost all of Texas for us. And so your drive tonight, your morning commute is going to be really, really tough. A lot of places are in that threat zone. We're going to bring in Deputy Executive Director for Texas DOT, Mark Williams. Mark, thanks for being with us. And truly, where do we begin? Conditions are so rough for us tonight. Can you talk to us about the problem areas that you have across your state right now?
Well, Mike, that's probably easy. It's the entire state. We're expecting freezing temperatures, across all 254 of our counties. They're all under a winter weather warning, and our crews have been out working the roads in every single location of the state 24/7 for the past couple of days, pre-treating in some locations that haven't yet reached the freezing point. I think you have to go all the way down to far South Texas to reach some of those locations right now. But even as far south as possible, we're expecting freezing temperatures by around midnight this evening. So it has been a very busy couple of days for our men and women that have been out there working hard to address these roads across the entire state of Texas.
Mark, ultimately got a lot of highways in Texas, that's for sure. Some of these snowfall rates are pretty intense. Do you have enough equipment to keep up with it, especially in some of the larger metropolitan areas?
Well, Mike, the message that we're getting out right now is to avoid travel. Despite the amount of equipment that we've got well over 2,000 personnel that are actively involved right now, and nearly that same number of equipment. When we're talking about weather conditions like we're seeing right now across the state of Texas and the very low temperatures, keeping the roads clear from hazard is just really an impossibility at this point.
Yeah, it seems like it. Mark, I want to ask you about coastal Texas in particular, a place like Houston and Galveston. This is a pretty rare event for them. What's your strategy in places like that where, some ice and then a little bit of snow could be crippling?
Absolutely, as it is all across the state. But our crews in those areas have been, first of all, working to get the message out to avoid travel of all kinds unless it's just absolutely essential. But going out and pre-treating, we have pre-treated roads all across the state, and then we are going out and spot treating locations that may be problem areas, and in some instances working with law enforcement to close roads when they reach the point where travel just should not at all be done on them.
Mark, we only have about 20 seconds left here. I want to ask you, we've seen some major pileups in other states. What's your advice for folks that might be caught in one of those or caught in the traffic jam and then cold temperatures like this?
Well, first and foremost, stay in your car. If you are stranded, Texas has a roadside assistance number that's on the back of everybody's driver's license. It is 1-800-525-5555. If you find yourself stranded, you call that number, or 911 if you are facing an emergency.
Mark, thank you so much for talking to us tonight. I know you've got your hands full, unfortunately, but best of luck to you through this one and the next one that comes after that. Mark Williams with Texas DOT. We're going to be right back with more coverage of Winter Storm Uri and Viola after this.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and only one thing can make a morning like this any nicer. A hearty, hefty, good-tasting breakfast with eggs, bacon, sausage, cheese, and taters. And when you finish, you know you had something to eat.
Do you have dry, cracked hands from constant washing, cold weather, and hard work? Try O'Keefe's Working Hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. Guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked feet.
Special delivery.
Domino's is now delivering thousands of movies for free with any online order. So you can have cheeseburger pizza with extra cheesy rom-coms.
It's you.
It's me. Get 30-day access to stream thousands of movies for free on Epix Now with any online order from Domino's.
What's my safe flight story? I spend a lot of time in my truck. It's my livelihood. So I'm not taking any chances when something happens to it. So when my windshield cracked, my friend recommended Safe Flight Auto Glass. It came right to me with expert service where I needed it. That's service I can trust, no matter what I'm hauling. Right, girl?
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
Sarah, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Captain Ahab to help you find a parking spot?
There she blows! Whoop. Loading zone, darn it. Pull hard to starboard.
Too small.
Seriously? Because it... follow him. Steady, steady. Go! Thunderation to the northern lot, where there be parking spaces as big as whales.
Geico. See all the ways you could save.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2021 NX300 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Spectrum Mobile has 5G nationwide included in every plan with no added fees.
I love 5G.
Do you even know what it is?
Colloquially known as 5G, it delivers higher multi-gigabit per second peak data speeds with ultra-low latency and massive service capacity. Oh yeah!
Who are you?
Just a smart boy with some bags.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm impressed.
I may have read your diary, nerd.
For nationwide 5G included in every plan, get Spectrum Mobile.
Getting really good at this.
Better sleep means a better you. With Mattress Firm's Rest Assured promise, you can try America's best mattress brands and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Shop today, only at Mattress Firm.
Make fitness routine with Pure Protein.
High protein, low sugar. Tastes great.
High protein, low sugar. So good.
High protein, low sugar. Birthday cake.
Pure Protein bars and shakes for every fitness routine.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 35 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and snow showers late, low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, showers, areas of freezing rain possible, high 37. Chance of rain 40%. Monday night, rain, low 35. Rainfall near a ½ inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And the snow continues to come down here in downtown Dallas. The problem is so does the temperature. The thermometer's dropping too, so we're down in the single digits across parts of the Metroplex. That is where we will continue to slide throughout this entire area for the rest of the night. We will have a hard time getting out of the low teens tomorrow, and then again we drop down to around zero the night after. So Tuesday morning it's going to be incredibly cold. The big question here is already 3 officially at Dallas-Fort Worth today. Do we get 4.5 or more? So 4.5 would tie us as a top 5 single-day snowfall total. 4.6 would break into the top 5. We'll see. We'll find out at midnight tonight. So we still got time. But in terms of the type of snow, notice the crystals have changed a little bit. We don't have those big fat flakes anymore that were coming down earlier. Now you've got more crystals that are coming down. So this is going to be harder to stack these up, and get these 1 inch per hour type snowfall rates. But that is still going on well to our south. The Storm Prediction Center put out a statement talking about these 1 inch per hour rates that are kind of rocking their way down toward Waco, Texas, north toward San Antonio, and continuing off to the East Texas Piney Woods. Behind me here, just a scene of white. Everything is covered now. All right. You're talking about a city that gets 2 inches on average for the year. And we've already gotten 3 for the day, and more than likely we will wind up between somewhere, between 4 and 5 inches before all is said and done. But it is blowing around, is drifting around. Road conditions, I'm going to just have Rodney kind of pan over here. I'm going to step off camera a little bit. Aren't, all that great, to say the least. That's why you just heard from the Texas DOT, stay home. Please stay home. The Woodall Rogers Freeway, looking at it, you're looking at traffic that is heading northbound with the taillights. Headlights are coming southbound and through here. There's a little incline here, but I've been watching cars all night long, and they fared very, very well. I see a lot of flashers, obviously, so folks are, telling everybody to slow down and hey, I'm driving with caution, so should you. But we've seen everything from big rigs to buses to cars actually fare pretty well, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that we've really refrigerated down these roads, number one, and number two, we have such a light, fluffy snow that's going on through here. But challenging nonetheless to be outside. We dropped below freezing on Tuesday. For a couple hours yesterday, we got above freezing, and now we are down in below freezing till probably about Friday. We will face another snow threat as we get in toward Wednesday. The pattern's not going to change between now and then, so one could surmise a similar outcome. It may not be as cold, but we do look at the prospect for snow here in Dallas once again on Wednesday. Let's get more on that, actually. Let's go to Dr. Rick Knabb as he kind of looks at some of the model guidance with this. And, no doubt something's coming at us with frozen precipitation. It just depends on how much water we get into the system, right, Dr. Knabb?
That's right. And, Jim, the concerning aspect of this is the overall pattern that's producing the weather you see in Dallas tonight is likely to repeat itself about 3 days from now. And the models are really good at predicting the overall pattern. Get to that in a little bit. In the meantime, at the tail end of Uri and the beginning of Viola, we've got ice storm warning for metropolitan Portland until tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Pacific time. And we've got winter storm warnings and advisories in effect now through Tuesday for Viola. And it is really, really a dangerous situation in Metro Portland, especially north and east of town, where we could have another roughly half inch plus or minus of ice accumulation due to the freezing rain and the sleet, a little less south and west of town. But it's a little bit separate from the snow, that is the system that is Uri. There's a little break in there. So this really is the beginning of what is Viola. And if you look at what happens in the overall pattern here, big up a ridge here, big down here, that's the trough with Uri. This is going to be what this becomes in just a few days. So we're going to have another round of wintry weather getting pretty far to the south. Watch how the European model initializes Viola just off the Pacific Northwest coast, comes into Seattle and Portland tomorrow, and then dives down into Wednesday where we got that trough pattern again. Doesn't that look awfully familiar? That means a lot more cold air and a lot more atmospheric energy coming into the same places that it is tonight, and then a similar evolution on Thursday and Friday as the system goes north and east, keeping the southeast U.S. for the most part, a place like Atlanta and Columbia, South Carolina, out of the wintry stuff, but other places that are getting it this week are going to get it again. And a lot of snow out west between now and Tuesday, and then a lot of snow from Dallas northeastward Tuesday through Friday. Now, if the Euro is right, Dallas could get several more inches out of that storm. If the GFS is right, maybe they catch a little bit of a break, but I don't see how Oklahoma and Arkansas and points north and east from there get out of another round of snow. And it's also possible that portions of the southern half of Texas get another round of ice, not just Tuesday night, but Wednesday night as well, as that cold air dives down behind the low going up through the southeast. And so, Houston, Texas could get ice on a couple of evenings. And then a place like Pittsburgh, this is Uri tonight and Monday. This is Viola Wednesday and Thursday. Your break is on Tuesday. Mike, the breaks between these winter storms are few and far between.
Yeah. Just hold on. This is going to be one heck of a week. Dr. Knabb, great explanation of how it's all going to play out this week. Thank you. And the Weather Channel is going to be with you every step of the way for this historic winter invasion. Live with you through the night tonight. Our live crew is going to bring you the latest on the storms. Thank you for watching. Have a safe night. Have a safe day tomorrow. Coming up next, continuing coverage with Mark Elliott and Colleen Coyle. Good night.
Ah, a package. You know what this human ordered? A backache. Consider pain delivered. Pain says you can't. Advil says you can.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where new normals are created and where you watch them grow up. Here, simple whole grains are easy to enjoy. So grab life by the spoon or cup and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
The Dish Voice Remote has Google Assistant, which allows you to control all sorts of things, like the lights,
dim the lights,
and the door,
lock the door,
and of course, your TV.
Resume movie.
Dish. Tuned in to you.
Don't you tell me that I'm crazy. Don't you say that I'm losing my mind. If I'm acting a little strange, it's 'cause there's something new in my life. I'm in love, love, love. It's everything I've been dreaming of. I'm in love.
Celebrate your love with a gift from Pandora Jewelry and discover all the ways to shop.
Hi, I'm Deborah. I'm from Colorado. I've been married to my high school sweetheart for 35 years. I'm a mother of 4, always busy. I was starting to feel a little foggy. It just didn't feel like things were as sharp as I knew they once were. I heard about Prevagen, and then I started taking it about 2 years now. Started noticing, seemed a little sharper, a little clearer, and I feel like it's kept me on my game. I am able to remember things and say, give it a try.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Dinner with the Drakes tonight? Alexa, ask Buick to start my Encore GX. Four fillets.
You know this dinner's for their
Kids. Thanks for watching them.
Where's the pizza?
The Buick Encore GX. Current eligible non-GM owners get nearly $4,300 purchase allowance on 2020 Buick Encore GX models.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, you guys.
Hi.
It's time to lean on each other. All of you guys, so much great support. And laugh with each other.
Cheers.
Let's do it together with caregiving chats and more. Come find us at aarp.org/near you.
I'm David Collado. I chose the Spark Cash Card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. Last year, I redeemed $21,000 in cash back, which I used for new equipment to expand production. What's in your wallet?
As we come on tonight, over 171 million of you under winter alerts of some kind. You know, it's the first time ever that the entire state of Texas has been covered, every county, with winter storm warnings. It's not the only state. Oklahoma has a lot of alerts out there. Little Rock, getting in towards the Shreveport area as well. All of Indiana and Ohio. Gosh, there are a lot of alerts to talk about all the way up through Maine. A historic winter storm. And tonight, we have coverage for you from coast to coast.
First the Arctic chill, now a big snow for Dallas, Texas. How much snow by the time all is said and done? And what are we looking at for Wednesday? Could there be another event like this one? In between all that, though, bitterly cold single-digit temperatures and lots of cold wind chills below zero. I'll have a live report coming up.
And it only gets worse from here for the Houston area. We are going to continue to have this Arctic air filtering in, and it is going to be an icy mess by the time that we are waking up Monday morning. Travel will be dangerous, nearly impossible. We'll talk more about this coming up.
I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming from Oklahoma City, and it is a night where we have temperatures in the single digits, but with the wind chill, sub-zero. How low will it go, and how much more precip can we expect? Full answers coming up in just a few moments.
All right, and we're here in Memphis, Tennessee on the banks of the Mississippi River. Boy, is it a cold night, and we are in store for quite a bit of snow. How much snow are we talking about? How long lasting does the cold get? I mean, how cold are we going to drop to over the coming days? These are a lot of questions. And then on top of all of that, you've got another snowstorm down the pipeline, especially as we go towards midweek. Snowing lightly right now, but it'll pick up in intensity, especially as we go into the next couple of days. And that's something we're watching here very closely. Current temperature, yeah, you're reading that right, 16 degrees with wind chills down around 0, and they've been below 0 pretty much all afternoon and morning long. And even though the snow's been rather light, it's been accumulating about a ½ inch, but a lot more to come. We're going to answer those questions and more. That's the scene here in Memphis. We want to take you to our south, though, in Dallas. That's where meteorologist Jim Cantori's been monitoring the conditions as some of the heaviest snow has started to push in this evening.
Well, on our way here in Dallas, Texas, to a top 5 daily snowfall. The biggest, over 11 inches. We're not going to get there. But could we get into number 2 tonight? I don't know about that either. But we could easily get to number 5. All right, and that's going to take about 5 to 6 inches of snow. Again, it's the kind of snow that we're getting here. It's amazing. It's very light. It's pixie dust snow. It blows around easy, and you can just toss it in the air. There's no weight to it whatsoever. There's hardly any water content to it. You look at the winter storm warnings that we got out here. Several states completely in winter storm warnings right now. You have to go all the way back to 2011 to see that much real estate covered by winter storm warnings. And so this storm's far from over. But unfortunately, neither is the snow for Dallas. We look down the road at Wednesday with another potential snow event, one which will certainly put this place back on its heels once again. It's been a tough week already here in Dallas. It looks like next week will be just as tough. We may not get above freezing until Friday. Oof. Winter has settled in the Lone Star State. In downtown Dallas, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
All right, it'll be looking like that not too long from now here in Memphis. All right, here's the downtown scene. This is Main Street, not far from Beale Street. Popular icons here all across the greater Memphis area. Light snow, that's pretty much what we've been dealing with. And the thing that I think is so amazing is how dry it is. It's a 20-to-1 ratio, which if you're not a meteorologist, you might not know what that means. It means 20 inches of snow for 1 inch of water, and that is very dry. That's what you can think about when you think of that powder stuff in the Rockies. That's rare to get here in the South, but it's just been so cold, and the snow just blows around. You look at the streets, and it just, you can literally just like blow it off. It doesn't stick. It's not really melting on contact, and it really just, it just blows around. So it's that powdery stuff. All right, so overnight tonight, the snow's going to be picking up, and we have the potential to not only get heavy snowfall rates on the order of 1, 2, even 3 inches per hour, but we're talking about thunder snow. Yeah, that's a huge possibility here across the Mississippi River Valley. Looking at the radar, we've got temperatures well below freezing. You go into Mississippi, you start to get into that sleet, but here in Memphis, we're really looking at the heaviest snow beginning, say, about sunrise, overnight and early into Monday morning, and then throughout the morning and early afternoon hours. That's when the snow will be heaviest. It's also going to be blowing snow. At times, you may have visibilities down below 1/4 mile. And look at the totals here. Very important for Memphis. When you go back to the 1800s, over 100 plus years of history keeping here in greater Memphis, if we were to get 10 inches, that would make this our 3rd largest snowstorm on record for recorded history, and a lot of those date back to before 1900. We're talking about in the 1800s. So a historic storm, not just here in the Memphis metro, but across parts of Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and also getting into Middle Tennessee and Kentucky. We're going to be tracking this all the way into the Ohio River Valley too as we go into the coming days. And then the forecast, boy, does it not want to stop. Not only do we end up with a heavy snowstorm on the front end, we're going to get our coldest temperatures to follow suit. So by Tuesday morning, we could be sitting near 0 degrees. That's not a wind chill. That will certainly set daily records, and they're going to get close to some big notable records and temperatures that we haven't seen here in quite some time. And then another storm on top of that as we go into the middle of the week. So, Mark, this is something that I don't know what's more notable. The fact we get back-to-back winter storms in the Mid-South after an ice storm last week, or this long-lasting stretch of Arctic air. We have not been above freezing since last Wednesday, and we may not get above freezing here in Memphis until the weekend. That would tie or break the current consecutive stretch of sub-freezing days here on record.
It's an incredible stretch by all measures. The cold air, of course, supporting these winter storms, Chris, and not only the one waiting to get you imminently, but another one just down the line that later in the week will hit many of the same areas. So we're going to check back in with Chris in just a little bit. Remember, you can't get to that wintry weather without the cold air. And all of Texas, all of Oklahoma were at one point this evening under winter weather alerts of some kind. A few areas have been starting to drop off back towards the panhandles, but the damage already is beginning, right? Governor of Texas issuing a disaster declaration tonight for every county of the state. Governor of Oklahoma issuing a weather emergency. Troopers in both states asking everyone to simply stay home, stay off the roads tonight. And you're looking at some of the conditions that have already begun into areas that, quite frankly, don't get these types of storms every year. Dallas averages, 2 inches of snow on average? Sometimes it's a burst of snow, and many years you get nothing. It's not just, a 2-inch storm every year. In fact, you haven't had a 1-inch snow in the Dallas area since 2011. So let's zoom in to the Dallas area. Let's start things off there, show you what it's like across this zone right now. We've got light snow being reported across the metro. It's going to ebb and flow. You'll get bursts of heavier snow at times, but overall a decent snowstorm underway. And when you get under one of those bursts, look at some of these visibilities down to a half mile in Dallas. Fort Worth is a little bit higher because of this dry air that came through, but now you've got another burst of snow coming in. So that visibility is going to drop as well. Overall, it means really difficult road conditions. Plus, the snow is blowing around and really helping to lower that visibility because of that. Look at the gusts in Dallas right now, 25, gusting to 24 in Fort Worth. So this is no easy time in the Dallas area for sure. Let's take you to a couple of other spots where the snow and ice are already factors. Here's the Memphis area. We just heard from Chris. Some of this snow is going to be coming his way within about an hour and a half. It'll be snowing there again. Snow and ice in the Tupelo area. Look at this all the way down to the I-10 corridor. We've got freezing drizzle around Lake Charles. Remember how little it takes to mess up a road. Freezing drizzle is deceptive, okay? It doesn't take much. Temperatures are plummeting. Roads are going to drop for those temperatures as well as we go through the night. Overpasses in particular could get really dicey. The Houston area reporting sleet right now in town, snow on the north side, freezing drizzle and some sleet around Galveston, believe it or not. Temperatures here will also be falling. It's going to be a wild go. Look at some of the thermometer forecasts here, the temperature forecasts as we go through the next several hours. We're talking about temps that dive to the low 20s in Houston, in Corpus. I mean, how often do we get to talk about that? Almost never, right? These are really cold temps. At that same time, as the snow starts to end in the wee hours in the morning in Dallas-Fort Worth, single digits to maybe near 10, you're going to have a hard time getting out of the low teens for your high temp tomorrow at all. Single digits for much of the morning, 10, 11, 12 through much of the day. And then you look at the amount of snow that's still to come. Incredible numbers still to come as we look towards the east. Eastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, western and central Tennessee, many areas that could approach a foot of snow. So out on the roads, it's already been a mess. I want to show you what it looked like on I-44, a fiery crash earlier today because of snow covering the road. This was a few hours ago. Crews are still there trying to get this mangled mess cleaned up. And we can show you what it's been like on the roads as we take a live look now at Storm Tracker Charles Peak. He's in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. You can really feel that wind, right? It makes you feel like you're in a video game, like, right? Going through space where the stars are going past you. That is the wind blowing the snow sideways. In some ways, that light, fluffy snow and some wind is helping keep the roads reasonable because it's not just landing and sticking there. But it's also not a good day to be out and about, a good night to be out and about traveling. If you don't have to be on the roads, please don't be. And now let's get an update on conditions tonight in Oklahoma City. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is there. Reynolds.
That's right. I come to you from Oklahoma City, home to roughly 600,000 people here in the city. But when it comes to the metro area, population goes up to over 1.5 million and also home to some very, very cold air and treacherous wind at times. How much snow are we going to get from this? Well, by the time the final scorecard is given, anywhere from 5 to 10 can be expected. But the key thing is with the wind, which goes all the way through downtown, we're going to see some drifts that could be higher. So it could be kind of tricky. Some spots look like you may have an inch, but other places possibly several feet. But one thing that is going to be an issue, roadways. We have some video from earlier that shows, well, from high above, the issues you had down below and along ports of 44. These parts motionless in both locations. Traffic at a standstill. Semi-truck had some issues. You certainly had a burst into flames, and with it, people were slow and go, no movement at all. In fact, law enforcement had people diverted going in the opposite direction to get off the interstate and try to clear it the best they possibly could. All hands on deck right now and all across Oklahoma, all 77 counties doing what they can to try to prepare for what's to come tonight and certainly overnight and over the next several days. They have actually, believe it or not, all hands on deck in the form of not only crews out there, but even National Guard. That's right, National Guard is out and about lending a hand. They're out and about in Humvees to give assistance to people who may find themselves stuck on the side of the road. Key takeaway, and we're going to leave it this, guys. Best thing you can do in terms of travel is don't even attempt it. Stay at home until warmer times come. We're going to have another snowstorm that'll move through, but by next weekend, temperatures warming up into the 40s. Can't wait for it to get here. Oh, goodness. All right, that's the latest from Oklahoma City. Let's send it back to you.
And with temperatures that feel like 20 below, I'm going to recommend a warmer hat for Reynolds coming up for later in the night. Now, Oklahoma City is where Reynolds was. Let's go to Houston now, where we have meteorologist Felicia Combs. Felicia.
Historic weather. We are going to be talking about Winter Storm Uri for years, especially for a place like Houston, where we're talking about temperatures that we have not seen in decades by Tuesday morning. We're officially below freezing here in downtown Houston, and you guessed it, it's only going down from here. We've got a wind chill warning in effect through Tuesday morning, a winter storm warning in effect, and then we also have a hard freeze warning. Something you don't often see as far south as Houston, that is trying to protect your plants. Like you can see in the background here, we're in downtown Houston, and that is the effort of protecting those bushes there from the hard freeze. I'll tell you, these are going to be temperatures, though, that are going to be really hard to contend with. I'm not sure how a lot of the plants are going to survive. And speaking of those, the trees are going to be a problem. Ice accretion is expected. We could see up to 1/4 of an inch of ice around the Houston metro area. That's going to lead to dangerous road conditions and also possibly sporadic power outages thanks to downed trees. Best bet, though, just stay home and stay safe.
And thanks so much, Felicia. We've been talking so much about the Deep South, but let's not forget about the Northeast. This is what parts of the Northeast look like last weekend. Winter Storm Quade brought more rounds of snow to Staten Island, Philadelphia, and other cities across the Northeast. And now they're facing another round of snow and ice from Winter Storm Uri. So let's time this out when you'll see more snow in the Northeast, because Uri's not done with the Deep South yet, but then is going to be swinging back up to the north, bringing yet another round of snow and ice for many of these same cities. You can see this starts all the way across the Midwest and stretches up across the central part of the Northeast. And mainly the snow is going to be west of the I-95 corridor. And then as you get closer to the coastline, New York City, just along the banks, you'll have that rain mixing with a wintry mix, and unfortunately that may mean some icy conditions. Watch what happens to these temperatures. We have teens and 20s, even around New York, 32 degrees. So by tomorrow morning, we're slowly going to see this transition in. We have snow around Pittsburgh, up through Rochester, and then as we go through the afternoon, you can see this starts to slide closer to the coastline as some rain, and then you see that transition line just along the I-95 corridor to the west. Will mainly deal with the snow, but then we could have some icy conditions as we go into the early wee hours of Tuesday morning, as well as into the morning hours there, getting up into parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. So again, it's going to be pretty dicey for the Northeast as well as we head into the next couple days. Here's a look at the snow total forecast. I mean, we're talking upwards of a foot of snow for some areas around Pittsburgh, all the way up through Binghamton, also Burlington, and then getting outside of that anywhere from about 3 to 5 inches of snow. And then we have to talk about the ice. Now, again, mainly west of the I-95 corridor, but places like Harrisburg up through Hartford could be dealing with some icy conditions for the beginning of this week. We'll have more on Winter Storm Uri right here on the Weather Channel coming up.
What if I told you the best place to begin is within? With collagen that supports our body from the inside out. Because when we feel supported from within, our confidence comes from way deeper. It's within us.
Max! No! Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
Starbucks Creamer and non-dairy Starbucks Creamer. It's smooth. It's creamy. So creamy. It's Starbucks Caramel Macchiato at home. So good. This changes everything. Starbucks Creamer.
Cheez-It snapped.
How's it taste?
It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese. Kit Kat is brewing up a new mix with creamy mocha flavor and delicious chocolate. Introducing Kit Kat Duos Mocha and Chocolate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world with human care and purpose, elevating every coffee moment. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso. What else?
My husband and I have never eaten healthier.
Shingles doesn't care. I logged 10,000 steps today. Shingles doesn't care.
I get as much fresh air as possible.
Good for you, but Shingles doesn't care. Because 1 in 3 people will get shingles. You need protection. But no matter how healthy you feel, your immune system declines as you age, increasing your risk for getting shingles. So what can protect you? Shingrix protects. For the first time ever, you can protect yourself from shingles with a vaccine proven to be over 90% effective. Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. The most common side effects are pain, redness, and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about protecting yourself with Shingrix. Shingles doesn't care, but you should.
How's everybody doing?
Hey, you guys.
Hi.
It's time to lean on each other
All of you guys, so much great support.
and laugh with each other.
Cheers.
Let's do it together with caregiving chats and more. Come find us at aarp.org/near you.
They say it's boring to talk about the weather. I say it's boring not to. Get into the Out There, the Weather Channel.
The islands of the Bahamas. Fly away.
It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Right now, get a king bed for the price of a queen, or a queen for the price of a twin. Plus, get a free adjustable base when you spend $6.99 on Sealy. Or save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. And you can save 50% on select Sealy Queen mattresses, now just $299.99. Shop Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and more with our sleep experts. Only at Mattress Firm.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 35 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, a mixture of rain and snow showers. Low 32. Chance of precipitation 30%. Monday, showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High 37. Chance of rain 40%. Monday night, rain. Low 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We log at the top of the world, a mile high into the mountains. That's where some of the best logging is.
It's absolutely insane up here.
Careful, careful, careful.
There's lots of things that can go wrong. The mud just does not stop.
You can't stay on the road. You just hope you make it. It's a battle against Mother Nature. It's not for everyone.
Let the fun begin.
Roads going from bad to worse tonight in Texas, in Oklahoma, in Arkansas. Troopers asking everyone to stay home, stay off the roads if at all possible. And we're showing you why right here. This is Waco. This is not near the Great Lakes. This is not near the Canadian border. This is Waco, people. 14 degrees, feels like 8. A couple of cars out there braving the white roads. Now, there's been some treatment all day, but gosh, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be an easy go. This is Texarkana. This is Arkansas, the I-30 area, just as you get in Arkansas. Snow is moving through the region. You can see the white roads there. There's some headlights coming, and everything just reflects off that icy surface. We can also look at Memphis into Tennessee, this I-40. Traffic moving okay right now. You see a bunch of headlights coming towards the camera here, but Memphis is at 16 degrees, wind chill 2. So if you do get stuck somewhere, it is going to be a long, cold night. Again, don't go out if you don't have to. And we showed you this crash at the top of the show in Oklahoma City, a fiery wreck that closed a snow-covered I-44 earlier today. And this was that scene a few hours ago, although crews are still there trying to get that mess cleaned up even into this late hour. I want to talk to Charles Peak. He's been out on the road tonight. Conditions. Charles, moving through Oklahoma right now, you've been on the interstates, you've been on some side roads. How are the roads doing so far?
They're in pretty bad conditions tonight on the interstates. If the plows have come through, because it is a dry snow, they're able to clear most of it off, and there'll be one lane for a little bit that is in pretty good shape. But with the snow falling as heavily as it is, it doesn't take long for there to get enough pile back up on there and causing problems. And temperatures are so cold that certain treatments don't have any effectiveness at all anymore. How are the conditions for your tires? Right, you maintaining grip on the road? Are you seeing anyone skidding out there at all?
Yeah, just literally probably 10 minutes ago, there was a lady, an elderly lady in a pickup truck that slid off the road into the median. She was disoriented and everything, didn't have a phone with her or any way to get help, and so I had to call 911 and help the troopers get her out of the vehicle and into the trooper car so she could at least be warm, and they'll figure it out from there. So it is slick enough that you're having accidents still on the road.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown, right? I don't think I've ever talked in one of these events where the one sentence out of your mouth is, well, I was just over in the median pulling somebody out who wasn't in a good spot. I hope that's the exception rather than the rule tonight. How is the volume out there? From what we see out of your camera, it looks pretty light, but I guess it only takes one car to get everybody else into an accident, right?
Yeah, it's pretty light, but I just had probably an hour ago, me and Reynolds were talking about, I had an 18-wheeler that passed me going 70 miles an hour on these kind of roads, and so there's still people out here not driving the way they need to, and unfortunately with that fiery accident I was on earlier, that's what happens. It's not a problem when you're going. It's just when you need to stop, all of a sudden it becomes a problem.
Absolutely. That's Charles Peak, storm tracker for us here at the Weather Channel. We're going to let him get back onto the road so he doesn't get stuck there being stalled out too long talking to us. Be safe, Charles, as I know you always are. And it's really what we talk about. It's not about you. It's not about Charles. But it's also not about you listening in right now. It's about all the other people around you. One person that's not respecting the road for the conditions that they're actually actually are, and suddenly everybody's in a world of trouble. Let's go through some of the areas that are in a world of trouble tonight. That includes the Houston area. Sleet and freezing rain from Lake Jackson up through Houston. Look at this, Lake Jackson 32 now. I know it says rain, but that is now freezing rain moving into the area. And look at this, the wide view showing you areas that we don't often talk about for wintry weather, but we're talking about them right now. How about Oklahoma City, 2 degrees, Chickasha, 3, the Tulsa area, 6. Crazy cold, and that's the kind of air that's moving down all the way to the I-10 corridor. We've got some snow in the Little Rock area still, 16 degrees in Little Rock. And how about what's happening in Nashville right now? Now reporting icy conditions here, freezing rain in Nashville, 25. Will not take much to completely ice up the roads around Nashville. Please stay home if at all possible. We want to avoid any more significant travel headaches because these will continue all the way into tomorrow. Want to bring in Chris Bruin. He's in Memphis, right in here in the heart of the blue there. Chris, another round of snow coming up tonight, and it will still be a problem tomorrow.
Yeah, take a look at the snow that we've seen today. It's very fluffy, guys, and it's that kind of snow you think of when you're in the Rockies, right? Very dry. It's actually not doing too bad on the roads, and the city of Memphis has been out all day working so hard, and I have to say they have done a very good job keeping the roads as drivable as they've seen conditions. It could have been a lot worse, but so far managing well. We haven't had a lot of heavy snow, but that's about to change. I want to show you what it looks like here across the tops of the buildings. As we head to break, we're going to continue to monitor the latest conditions. There is some heavier snow in Arkansas working our way. At times, these buildings will disappear behind a veil of white.
Finally moved in.
It's a great old house. Good bones, wraparound porch.
The pipes are making strange noises. Even the plumbers couldn't help us.
Nope. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
Which saves us a ton.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein
to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Drink, play, and win big in the Powered by Protein Challenge.
I have the power to lower my blood sugar and A1C.
Because I can still make my own insulin, and Trulicity activates my body to release it, like it's supposed to.
Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It's not insulin, and I only need to take it once a week. Plus, it lowers the risk of cardiovascular events.
Trulicity isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it, you or your family have medullary thyroid cancer, or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, belly pain, and decreased appetite, which lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems.
I have it within me to lower my A1C.
Ask your doctor about Trulicity.
Real fruit and whole grains. Doing something good for yourself has never been this easy. Kellogg's Special K. Do what's delicious.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2021 NX 300 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Kleenex Soothing Lotion. The only tissue with coconut oil, aloe, and vitamin E. Made to nourish skin. Kleenex brand. Made for all the moments.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets! Hi, I'm Jade, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A's new Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the way that the Colby Jack cheese complements the spicy sandwich as it melts. It doesn't overpower the sandwich, but it just goes with the spice. I'm just like, oh.
Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel tonight. A busy night across the whole country. Guys, whether you're in Seattle, Portland, South Texas, I've been seeing snow in Del Rio with palm trees right there on the Rio Grande at the border of Mexico. That is something you do not see every day. And you can see what the sights have been from Oklahoma City, where we've had major crashes on Interstate 40 and just treacherous conditions, near whiteout conditions at times, to Houston, reporting sleet and getting the DOT crews out, the whole army of them trying to encompass the hundreds upon hundreds of miles of roads they have to get with. Dallas, yeah, you're reading the temperature right, 11 degrees and snow, and then seeing that now in Mississippi, Arkansas, and here in Memphis. That's where I am, the Main Street, popular spots. But boy, I've been talking to people, and I will say everybody is talking about this. This is something that people here, even folks who have been here their whole life, they have never really experienced an outbreak and historic storms like they're about to in their life. This just doesn't happen in Memphis. Yeah, we get cold, but usually when we get cold, it's only about a day or two, and then it starts to warm up. We've been below freezing since Wednesday, and we don't get above freezing until next weekend, and we've got 2 big snowstorms to get through. We're going to dive into the details throughout the night on our forecast. The snow really picks up overnight tonight and into tomorrow, but it's not just here. It's in Oklahoma City. They've been in the snow all day, and they've got not only this winter storm, but another one right on the heels with more snow coming in on Tuesday. For the latest updates, let's go to meteorologist Reynolds Wolf.
That's right, coming in from Oklahoma City, OKC, where things are not okay on the roadways. We've got proof. This drone footage really shows a captivating and actually terrifying situation. There's an accident here on parts of 44, lanes blocked in both directions, traffic frozen solid, but notice we actually had just all kinds of problems with these vehicles. A chain reaction, one semi-truck exploded into flame, and now the cleanup underway. But people avoided to avoid traveling if at all possible, because I'm telling you, we're going to find some rough conditions over the next several hours and certainly for the next several days. Again, back in Oklahoma City, where I happen to be, I'm going to step out here for a moment to the edge of the light. And we do have a very dry, powdery snow, but right beneath that veneer of snow, you'll find a layer of ice. It's very thin, just a little more than paper thin, but that is more than enough to cause even the most secure vehicles to go sliding. Please, I implore you, and so does the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, if you can avoid getting out on the roadways, if you can avoid traveling, that is your #1 course of action. However, if you do have to, it is a life situation, you've got to get out there, please go as slow as you possibly can and have a plan of staying warm. If you get stuck on the side of the road, make sure you have blankets in some way to ward off the frigid conditions that we're dealing with for days to come. That's the story in Oklahoma City. Let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks for the update, Reynolds. Temperatures here have been in the teens all day. That was our high. And we're not even going to hit 20 degrees until at the earliest Tuesday, maybe more like Wednesday here in Memphis. That's hard to imagine. We won't even hit 20 degrees for afternoon highs for another 48 to 72 hours. All right, so snow continues. You can see the radar. We're in a little bit of a lull, but look at the snow just to our west. You go over the Mississippi into Arkansas, and it starts to pick up there along Interstate 40, and that batch of snow will really start to push in across western Tennessee, northwest Mississippi. We can show you what the scene was like all day today. We've had a lot of light snow showers because it's just been so cold. The cold air is just squeezing out as much moisture as it can, and we were dealing with light snow from midtown Memphis back over towards the riverbanks. The other issue is this area was hit hard with some ice and freezing rain a few days ago, so there is a lot of ice still on all the trees because we never thawed out. So you already have a lot of vegetation, plants and trees marked that already are weighed down by ice, and the ice is still all over the trees. Every one of these trees and poles, even scooters, benches, they all have ice on them, Mark. And so now imagine throwing, say, 6 to 8, maybe upwards of 10 inches of snow on top of that. Yeah, you're going to get more of these that kind of collapse and add more weight that could knock down power and take down more trees around the area.
Yeah, what's going to be the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back, right? One more snowflake too many, I'm sure, for some people in the area. It is cold, there is precipitation continuing, and this goes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Let me start off by showing you the Texas coastline. Corpus is at 29, Houston at 30. Houston Houston is actually reporting a mixed bag of precip at Hobby. 30 degrees and sleet and freezing rain combo right now. Lake Jackson, 32 and raining. That sounds like a recipe for freezing rain to me. To the north side of Texas we go, still snowing in Dallas. Then we cross closer to where Chris just was. We've got snow coming out of Arkansas towards Memphis. Look at Nashville now, 25 degrees. And Chris is right. Look at the amount of snow still to come from Uri and another one waiting in the wings. And we'll talk about what's next with a very active storm pattern coming up next.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
This is Carl. Carl shopped for the lowest mortgage rate and chose AmeriSave. Perhaps the first decision in his life he won't regret. Unlike the hitchhiking incident that took his thumb, which ruined his career as a hand model.
It's over.
And his marriage to Europe's #1 foot model.
We are in love.
And his signature dance move. But now that Carl's found AmeriSave, he'll be saving money for years to come. And that's not lost on him at all. Visit AmeriSave.com now. Lower mortgage rates mean higher savings.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C. And time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain
with State Farm,
How can I ever repay you?
when you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We're all spending more time in our own space, so why not own it? Browse Enterprise Car Sales' wide selection of quality pre-owned vehicles and start buying online. Plus, utilize vehicle delivery options. When you're ready, we're ready.
With every cup, we cultivate some of the finest coffee in the world with human care and purpose, elevating every coffee moment. Because with every cup, precious coffee preserves the beauty of our world. Nespresso, what else?
Get your coveralls on, because it's going to get dirty around here.
Let the fun begin.
The snow continues to come down here in Dallas, Texas. And what's amazing about it is if you just look at this shot and you look at the consistency of the snow, you're probably like, wow, is he really in Dallas, Texas, or is he in Breckenridge, Colorado? I mean, this is amazing snow. I mean, it's very light. It's very fluffy. Just blows around real easy. And that may be certainly helping, I think, especially when cars are driving over it. They tend to be, kind of pushing it off to the side, especially on the highway. Let's take you out and actually show you what it looks like here. On the highway. This is the Woodall Rogers Freeway here, and I'm taking you back towards Sunset earlier this evening, where you could see, we were getting very light, misty snow, and then the main event came in. We saw it coming on radar. We've been watching it all day long. It finally got here, but look at how quickly the roads got snow covered. All right, so after this, we drop down in the single digits tonight. We have our first ever wind chill warning from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. This goes through Tuesday afternoon, where Tuesday morning, we get down in the low single digits, maybe below 0. That's only happened 3 times in Dallas. All right, will this be the 4th? We'll see. We'll have a fresh snowpack that's not going anywhere, and one that by Wednesday, we will be looking down at potentially another snow event. Will it be a big event? Will it be just a couple of inches? That is yet to be determined. But either way, the pattern is full. We're not changing that pattern for the better part of the week, and we may not see temperatures get above freezing until Friday afternoon. Wow, what a pattern for the Southern Plains. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore in Dallas, Texas.
Wow, Jim, I have no words. Lived in Dallas for almost 10 years, and you just don't see this type of weather. It's been about 10 years since we saw that back in 2011, and wow, with 2 back-to-back storms. Well, hey, let's talk about who else is also seeing some winter weather. Nashville has just switched over to some icy conditions. Then as we head on over to Little Rock, they're still seeing some light snow. Temperatures in the teens. Many of these places are under the wind chill warnings right now. 7 years since Little Rock, the National Weather Service there has issued a wind chill warning. Then we get down to Oklahoma City, only 2 degrees. We're in single digits, still snow falling there. And then you cross the Red River into the North Texas area. And of course, we have another band of snow. Everything that's happening in Fort Worth about to hit you in Dallas just a little while later with those temperatures in the teens. But of course, as we head into Monday and Tuesday, you have the wind chill. It's going to feel like negative 15, maybe negative 20. First wind chill warning that the National Weather Service in Fort Worth has ever issued for North Texas. Then you get down across the coast of Texas and a rare sight where you have some snow, then that mixed bag of precipitation falling just around Hobby Airport there in Houston, as well as down across the coastline, seeing some icy conditions mixed in with the rain. So certainly temperatures dropping and the conditions there deteriorating as well. So across the entire state goes to show you why the entire Lone Star State was under winter storm warnings earlier. Every single county, something that we certainly don't see. Now most of the state is still under winter storm warnings, and this is just not going anywhere. So conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as we continue into the next couple days. Now, I do want to bring in and give you an update for conditions across the Lone Star State right now on the highway. So let's bring in Mark Williams. He's the Deputy Executive Director with TxDOT. And Mark, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Where to even start? What are the trouble spots that you're concerned about right now?
Well, the trouble spots continue to be the entire state of Texas right now. As you reported, nearly all of our counties at one point were under a winter storm warning. Most of them expect to be below freezing, or all of them below freezing at some point tonight, and many of them receiving precipitation, snow, freezing rain across the state, and we continue to do our best to get the message out to people. Please stay home, stay off the roads, and don't drive because they are going to be hazardous tonight.
And Mark, it's been a minute for many of these places since they've seen winter weather. What's some advice that you can tell folks? It's been a while since North Texas has seen this type of snow. And then, of course, across the coast, we have the icy conditions, the winter, just the wintry mix. What's some advice for folks if they do have to get out on the roadways?
Well, the advice is to expect hazardous conditions, despite the fact that we have had crews out pre-treating our roadways and continuing to respond and try to address problem spots. Just the conditions, the low temperatures that we are seeing, the mix of precipitation, roads are going to be hazardous, and expect those roads to be very treacherous tonight.
And what's the plan with your crews going into the beginning of this upcoming week? Because, of course, this is not just a one-day event.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long duration event. It is an event that's historic in terms of its scope and extent and its magnitude. And we're just going to continue to respond. We're going to be working with law enforcement to address problem areas on our roadways and to do our best to treat those problem areas, but to really continue to get the message out that those roads are going to be very, very hazardous.
Well, thank you so much for the update. Mark Williams, Deputy Executive Director with TxDOT. Please stay safe out there. And thank you for all the hard work that your crews are doing to keep everyone else safe in the Lone Star State as we are covering this blockbuster snowstorm. Now, it's not just the Deep South that's going to be feeling the effects of Winter Storm Uri, but also the Northeast. So we haven't forgotten about you because you're next in line as we head into the beginning of next week. So here we go. Starting overnight, you're going to see the snow starting to move in places like Cincinnati. You're going to see that snow early in the morning, and then you'll get another round of it for tomorrow afternoon, for Monday evening. Pittsburgh up through Rochester, also getting into Burlington. Temperatures in the 20s. It'll feel colder than that with the wind. You're going to have mostly snow in the central kind of interior areas of the Northeast, and then close to the coastline, just around the I-95 corridor. Looks like New York City, you'll probably miss out on this, but then just up to your north and west, you may start to run into some icy conditions, as well as, of course, the snow into the interior parts of New York, as well as into parts of Pennsylvania. And this goes through Tuesday. And then guess what? After all of this, tonight through Tuesday, we are tracking yet another winter storm that would be coming on the heels of this one. So yes, this is the first one with Uri, and then we're also tracking Viola, which could bring even more snow and ice to similar areas. Well, more on this, our winter storm, next on the Weather Channel.
What's my safe flight story? I spend a lot of time in my truck. It's my livelihood. So I'm not taking any chances when something happens to it. So when my windshield cracked, my friend recommended Safe Flight Auto Glass. It came right to me with expert service where I needed it. That's service I can trust, no matter what I'm hauling. Right, girl?
Safe Flight gives you more. It's ultra filtered for 50% more protein and 50% less sugar. So make the most of your morning with Fairlife Ultra Filtered Milk. And try our coffee creamers from Fairlife.
What if I told you the best place to begin is within? With collagen that supports our body from the inside out. Because when we feel supported from within, our confidence comes from way deeper. It's within us.
For all the sniffles, sneezes, and Superdad snack times, choose Kleenex Ultra Soft Tissues. Made for extra comfort, 3 layers strong. Kleenex. For all the moments.
Hey, Corey, I hear you're starting your own bakery. How's it going?
There's a lot to do. We're focusing on online orders and deliveries, so I need reliable internet, but it's so expensive.
Doesn't have to be. Spectrum Business offers pricing made for small business budgets with no hidden fees.
But low prices means getting locked into a contract, right?
Not at Spectrum Business. They have no contracts ever.
That sounds pretty sweet.
And speaking of sweet,
I have type 2 diabetes.
I've pricked my finger
too many times.
My A1C was still over 9.
Then I got the Dexcom G6.
I just glance at my phone and there's my glucose number. No finger sticks. None.
Yes.
Holy cow.
My diabetes is no longer a mystery.
My A1C's dropped over 2 points to 7.2.
That's a huge victory.
I feel like I'm calling the shots, not my diabetes.
Out in this picture. Look closely. I'll give you a second. Did you find it here? Excellent job. That water holds future clouds. Sun's working on it as we speak. Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
A winter weather advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 36 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, a mixture of rain and snow showers. Low, 32. Chance of precipitation, 30%. Monday, showers. Areas of freezing rain possible. High, 37. Chance of rain, 40%. Monday night, rain. Low, 35. Rainfall near a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook.
So much weather, guys, going on across the country. It's really hard to keep up with it all. But here at the Weather Channel, we have teams across the nation, trying our best to keep tabs with everything going on from Seattle to Boise, both making into the top 10 snowstorms on record. Hard to believe, with over a foot of snow in parts of Washington, even double-digit totals in Portland, Oregon, and then another ice storm on top of that. That's our next winter storm. We're going to talk about that. We're here in Memphis awaiting our first round. This is Winter Storm Uri. There's a whole series of them, given the pattern that we've been. If you remember, last week we had Shirley and Tabitha, and the mid-Atlantic, by the way, still recovering after significant icing there in central Virginia and also parts of North Carolina, even into Jersey and the Northeast. All right, so light snow right now. We had an ice storm last week here, too, in Memphis, and look, it's still with us. We never warmed up. So all the ice that accumulated on the trees last Thursday when the freezing rain event, it hasn't thawed out. That alone is notable. So you already have weight on the trees. The ground surfaces are well below freezing. So the snow we've had rather light all day today, it's just piled up. About a half inch, and it's been just flurries and light snow showers all day. That all changes, though, overnight, and tomorrow morning, boy, are we in for a